Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Closer.
Literally.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Let's get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Come on, get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
You
Rabbits
better
in the
get it
house.
together. We gon' get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits
Get
in
it
the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits
You
in
better
the
get it
house.
together. We gon' get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Closer.
Literally.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Oh, shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Let's get it together. Let's get it together. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, beautiful people. Shout out to everybody that's in here. Y'all hit the like button if you haven't already. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. Good morning, good morning. Tisha Renee. Shout out to Tisha Renee in the building. We are here. Salute to y'all. Good to see everybody. Good to see everybody.
Good morning, son.
Is that Jem's Eye View? Oh, hold on. I gotta change this thing. Gotta change this profile. Good morning, Jem's Eye View.
you can be all the things you've always wanted to be. Beautiful, sexy, easy as 1, 2, 3. Just let your soul go. Just let it shine through. Wow.
All right. Time to be serious. Good morning to everybody. Go Getter, good morning. Yvonne May, good morning to you. Alif CJ, shout out to Yvonne May. All right, we can be serious now. Letitia's third eye POV. Shout out to Leticia. Shout out to the chat. Let's make Leticia great again. Shout out to Leticia. How we doing? Relly Time TV in the building. Shout out to Relly Time TV. Uncle L, Mad Max 250, D Grant, Miss Kim, good morning. It's Just Jules, good to see you. Shout out to It's Just Jules. Let me make sure that Nightbot ain't doing nothing that he's supposed to be doing that I don't want it to do. One second before we get this started. Before we get it all started. Make sure Nightbot ain't doing nothing I don't want him to do. Okay, definitely don't want him to do that. Like Discord. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right. How y'all doing? Thaddeus. Salute to you, Saya. Katana, good to see you. Good morning. Jamie Jules, good morning. Shout out to Jamie Jules. All right, good morning, y'all. We have some things going on in the world today. As you know, there's war. There is no peace in the Middle East. And unfortunately, it's been that way for quite a while. If you guys can hear me clearly, let me know, please. It's been that way for quite a while. And these current events that are taking place tend to blur the lines. So I'm here to bring some clarity today. For a lot of people who might not understand how we got to where we are today in this modern day atmosphere of the war in the Middle East. The Middle East has a history of a lot of wars, but our modern day wars that we see in here today are not as old as we think. April Showers, good to see you. Shout out to the April Showers Network. Good to see you, April Showers. Y'all check out April Showers content. Yeah, this war that we're seeing, this conflict that's been going on, it's only about 100 years old, if even that old. There's a lot of factors that led to why we are where we are today. And although I don't have any solutions, I don't have the answers, it is good to know where we're coming from. How did we get here? And hopefully it'll give us a better insight on where do we go from here? You know, if we understand what caused us to get in these situations, maybe we might not create these situations in the future. Or we just might get a better understanding and just be like, hey, now we know why we doing this stuff.
Gems I View donated $1.99 through Super Chat. You good, Sizz?
Yes, I'm good, Gems. I'm good. I'm just taking a different tone with this topic. That's all. I'm fine. This is a serious issue. Doesn't affect me personally, but it does affect the world. It does affect the world collectively. Because a lot of things that happens in these areas affect our stock market. It affects our basically our security. It affects a lot of things. So even though it's not happening here, we still have to pay attention to what's going on over there because of the impact it has on the world. So that's the main reason why we're here today, because this is something that impacts the world, even if it doesn't affect individuals personally. Miss Feline, good to see you. You think I got the wrong donation link? Let me see. Oh, you're right. I got the YouTube link pinned. My bad. Let me unpin that. Thank you. Thank you, Alif.
Sizz, sun, waving, green heart.
Deja Vu, good to see you. How you doing? Shout out to Deja Vu. All right, let me put the correct link. I didn't realize. Thank you. Let me put the right link. All right, that'll do it. That should do it. How did I end up here? I don't know. And pin message. All right, link is pinned. Donation link is pinned. Sorry about that. Them Germans in Israel are the worst. Yeah, so salute to y'all. So we're gonna go through the history of this situation, and although many hear that this stuff started all the way in the Bible, all the way back thousands of years ago in Egypt with Moses, unfortunately, we're not gonna take that standpoint. We are gonna take a more historical, evidence-based approach, which is a little bit more meaningful. This way we can actually get actual, factual, documented, tested information that we can use to actually analyze this situation. So what I'm going to start off with, we are going to watch a video. This video is from the United Nations. This video is going to give us a summary of the situation and how it. All right, let me rephrase that. It's going to give us a brief history of Palestine, the country. So a brief history of Palestine. Steve A, how you doing? because we have to get an understanding of what Palestine is like, what Palestine itself and the Palestinian people, what is it? What are they? What is their history when it comes to modern times? We're going to get a United Nations breakdown of that. And then we're going to actually do some historical academic work where we dive into some of the things that were touched on in the video. We're gonna break that down while we watch a short video that explains it. And as the video explains it, we will stop and we will go deeper into certain points. We will be using the Encyclopedia Britannica. We'll also be using Wikipedia. And we will be on the United Nations website. So we're going to be reading some articles or excerpts from there as well, so we can get a better understanding, along with the visual videos where we can watch the presentation as well. So that's where we are headed, ladies and gentlemen. We are headed there. That's where we are going. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Like and share this live stream.
的关。
Shout out to the chat. So let's get ready. One second, let me get this video, which I have ready, but for some reason, this thing just disappeared off the screen.
The question of Palestine keeps returning.
Silliness. Hold on. Shout out to the chat. Thank you, everyone, for pulling up. We are about to go into a brief history of the question of Palestine. The question of Palestine. We're going to get a full understanding of what has been going on in that country. What is the history? Why is this place even considered? Why are people fighting over there? Why are people fighting over it? Why? Because I'm sure people have had these questions, but never really thought there was legitimate answers. Because if you accept that this is all about God and, you know, it's in the Bible, and then you might not have a full grasp of what you're actually seeing.
The question of Palestine keeps returning to our screens. But why? Well, it's an injustice and a denial of human rights that has persisted for over 100 years, with global implications. Here is a brief overview. After World War I, the League of Nations placed Palestine, formerly part of the Ottoman Empire, under a British administration that supported the creation of a Jewish national home there, a move that pleased Zionist leaders who considered it the ancient Jewish homeland. Amid increased immigration and foreign rule, Palestinians who had lived on the land for centuries staged an uprising from 1936 to 1939, which led to repression, including by British forces and Jewish militia. In 1947, the UN decided to partition Palestine into two independent states. Jerusalem was to be placed under UN administration. However, Israel declared independence in 1948 and captured much more of Palestine than the partition plan allocated, except for the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, held by Jordan, and the Gaza Strip, held by Egypt. More than half of the Palestinians were expelled from or fled their homes and ended up in refugee camps in the West Bank, Gaza, and neighboring countries. Palestinians refer to this as the Nakba, or catastrophe. They remain refugees to this day, mostly relying on the UN Palestine Refugee Agency, which was created specifically for this case. In the 1967 Six-Day War, fought between Israel and neighboring Arab states, an additional 500,000 Palestinians were forced to flee. Israel occupied Gaza and the West Bank and annexed East Jerusalem, including the Old City. In the years following, the UN General Assembly affirmed the rights of Palestinians to self-determination, sovereignty, independence, and refugee return. In 1974, it recognized the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. Palestinians revolted against the Israeli occupation in 1987, referred to as the First Intifada, or uprising. Intense diplomacy followed and led to the signing of the interim Oslo Accords between Israel and the PLO in the 1990s. Palestinians recognized Israel, and the Palestinian Authority was established to govern parts of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Further negotiations failed to resolve the remaining issues, as Israel expropriated Palestinian land and continued to transfer its population to illegal settlements in occupied Palestinian territory. During the Second Intifada in 2000, armed clashes and bomb attacks ensued. Israel built the West Bank separation wall, much of it inside Palestinian territory, seizing land and restricting freedom of movement. The International Court of Justice determined that the wall inside Palestinian territory was illegal. In 2005, Israel withdrew troops and settlers from Gaza. After an armed takeover by Hamas, Palestine's Islamic resistance movement, in 2007, Israel imposed a blockade on Gaza, which has caused a deepening humanitarian crisis, along with Palestinian resistance. Palestine became a UN non-member observer state in 2012, and a few years later, the Security Council demanded that Israel cease illegal settlement activity. However, settlements continue to expand. Despite broad international support for a two-state solution, it has not been possible to justly resolve core final status issues in accordance with UN resolutions. And that is why, until justice and international law prevail and Israel ends its occupation, we will continue to see the Palestinians struggle for their rights on our screens.
All right. That was a lot in a little bit of time. So what we see here is, outside of the religious aspect, there is a political aspect here, and it's very significant. The Palestinian people under colonization were forced out of places that they've lived for hundreds of years. This created a lot of uprisings. A lot of politics were involved. A lot of deaths, a lot of people dying, a lot of people being misplaced. A lot of friction. A lot of friction. But that is basically a summary of where we are and how we got here, right? So they occupied the lands. The people basically tried to fight against it. They were overpowered. And there's been a lot of back and forth since then. A lot of the in-betweens is what we see, the wars, the in-betweens. And the only way we can come up with a solution is if we understand how we got here. We need to understand how we got here. So let's go back a little bit into history and learn some things about the Israel-Palestine conflict.
One of the biggest myths.
Let's go back a little bit and learn some things about the Israel-Palestine conflict. And we're going to dive into that. We're going to dive into that. So the Palestinians, the land of Palestine, is originally a part of the Ottoman Empire. And let's look into the Ottoman Empire so that we can get a little idea of who we're dealing with, I should say. Let me see. This should be it. All right, cool. Let y'all see my whole studio. All right, the Ottoman Empire. We at Encyclopedia Britannica. We about to just get some insight on the Ottoman Empire. One second. It's a historical empire of Eurasia and Africa. Now, it says the Ottoman Empire created by Turkish tribes in Anatolia, the Asia Minor, that grew to be one of the most powerful states in the world during the 15th and 16th centuries. The Ottoman period spanned more than 600 years and came to an end only in 1922. When it was replaced by the Turkish Republic and various successor states in southeastern Europe and the Middle East. So the empire, this Ottoman Empire that was around since the 15th century, just ended in 1922. So that's a whole empire that was ended in 1922, and it was replaced by the Turkish Republic. Now they're into democracy now. So this is a mass change they're going through. At its height, the empire encompassed most of southeastern Europe to the gates of Vienna, including present-day Hungary, the Balkan region, Greece, and parts of Ukraine. Portions of the Middle East now occupied by Iraq, Syria, Israel, and Egypt, North Africa, as far west as Algeria, and large parts of the Arabian Peninsula. The term Ottoman is a dynastic appellation derived from the Osman I Arabic Uthman, the nomadic Turkmen chief who founded both the dynasty and the empire about 1,300 years ago. So I just wanted to touch on what is the Ottoman Empire And what does it consist of? And as you can see, it's a big, vast empire. It goes all into Europe, all into Africa. So the Palestinians are part of this. They are part of this empire. This empire has been around for hundreds of years. They are rooted in this land.
Joining a movement called Zionism, which said that Judaism was not just a religion, but a nationality, one that deserved a nation of its own.
So we have the Palestinians, while they're going through what they're going through, because remember, they had an empire that was going through turmoil because it was basically ending. So once the empire ended, they're going through a regime change. So there's a lot of political things going on, and those people are fighting to have their identity. They're creating the Palestinian identity. This was going on early in Palestine's history, as far as the country being created as Palestine. They're developing democracy or whatever form they want to use it in, but they're developing their new regimes. Now, at that same time, there are some people, some influential Jewish people in Europe who are coming up with this ideology of this thing called Zionism. This thing called Zionism. So we're going to get into that. We're going to get into what is Zionism. We're going to get into what is the Palestinian identity. So let's start with the Palestinian identity so that we get a little understanding of the people. This is from Wikipedia, getting a general overview. This is the Palestinian identity. The term Palestinians tends mainly to be used as a short form for the Palestinian people, defined as equivalent to Palestinian Arabs. For example, an Arabic-speaking people descendant from people who have lived in Palestine over the centuries. This usage may be intended to imply that other residents of Palestine, historical or otherwise, particularly Palestinian Jews, are not Palestinian. Now, it says, prior to the 1948 Palestine War and the establishment of the State of Israel, a Palestinian could mean any person who was born in or hailed from the region of Palestine or was a citizen of the Mandatory Palestine. The term covered all the inhabitants of the region, including people from Muslim, Christian, and Jewish backgrounds, and all ethnicities, including the Dam people, Samaritans, Druze, Bedouins, and the traditional Jewish communities of Palestine or Old Yeshuv, whose ancestors already living there prior to the onset of Zionist immigration. That's important, because what we're learning here is that there are Jews in Palestine, and there are Jews that lived in Palestine, and those Jews are Palestinian. They are from the land. They are Arabs. They are actual Arabs. But they are not to be mistaken with the Zionist Jews who came through by way of immigration. That's important. That's important. In the aftermath of the 1948 Palestine War and the establishment of the State of Israel, a Palestinian tends to refer to individuals from non-Jewish communities born in West Bank and Gaza and citizens of the State of Palestine, including the populations of Palestinian refugees living in the wide Middle East and other Palestinian diaspora populations worldwide. The meaning has changed. ever since the establishment of the state of Israel, the meaning of Palestinian has changed. Why? Because even though they're in Palestine, the people who have created the state of Israel do not consider themselves as Palestinians. However, the Jews of Palestine who lived there for centuries and are Arabs, Arab Jews, they consider themselves as Palestinians. So you see what's happening. In Israel, former Palestinian Jews that acquired Israeli citizenship became Israelis, while non-Jewish Palestinians that acquired Israeli citizenship came to referred as Israeli Arabs or Druzi. Not sure how to pronounce it. They creating segregation. It's segregation. It's almost some form of class system or classism or racism. The Jewish Virtual Library notes, although anyone with roots in the land that is now Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza is technically a Palestinian, the term is now more commonly used to refer to non-Jew Arabs with such roots. Most of the world's Palestinian population is concentrated in Israel, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and Jordan, although many Palestinians live in Lebanon, Syria, and other Arab countries. The land is a Palestinian people's land. It's their land. It's not a question of whether or not it's their land. Because everybody knows it's their land. So there ain't no question. UNRWA defines the Palestinian refugees as those whose normal place of residence between June 1946 and May 1948 was in the land that is now Israel, but they went outside during the 1948 war. Isn't that nicely put? UNRWA, however, provides aid to Palestinian refugees defined as such, as well as the descendants of those Palestinians. UNRWA does define Palestinian refugees to include descendants of refugees. The word Palestinian is also sometimes used by ethnographers and linguists to denote the specific Arab subculture of the southern Levant. In that sense, it includes not only the Arabs of British Mandate Palestine, but also the inhabitants of Jordan who are originally from Palestine, and the Druze who excluding both Bedouin, who culturally and linguistically group the Arabian Peninsula, and ethnic minorities such as the Dam, the Saracens, and the Samaritans. So all these groups of people all were classified as Palestinians before, and now we have different classifications because of the occupation of their land. And we're going to get a little bit more into that. Now, why is there occupation of their land? Well, because some people came up with an ideology called Zionism. So what is Zionism? Zionism, Jewish national movement. This is from Encyclopedia Britannica, by the way. Zionism, Jewish nationalist movement that has had as its goal the creation and support of a Jewish national state in Palestine, the ancient homeland of the Jews, according to the Hebrew Eretz Yisrael, the land of Israel. Though Zionism originated in Eastern and Central Europe in the latter part of the 19th century, it is in many ways a continuation of the ancient attachment of the Jews and the Jewish religion to the historical region of Palestine, where one of the hills of ancient Jerusalem was called Zion. So we have a people, the Palestinians, who are part of the Ottoman Empire, which empire has been around since about the 14th century. They going through their struggles or their evolution at the same time. Well, not even at the same time. At the end of the Ottoman Empire, as they're coming into a new regime, here comes people in Eastern and Central Europe coming up with a new ideology that says that they need a homeland. That is the goal. This movement is coming up and saying that they need a homeland. And this movement is saying that their homeland should be their ancient homeland. These are people of Europe. These are people of Eastern and Central Europe who are part of the Jewish faith, who now wants to create a real place for them to be, a physical place for them to be. And they are named after a mountain in a whole other country that they are not from. Okay? The movement is named after a mountain in a whole other country, in a whole nother land that they are not from. But their aim is to go to that land and create a homeland.
Real-Time donated $9. Thank you for bringing real-time events and some knowledge to this war.
I don't like war and don't agree using its citizens. I wish these people get some of their land back to end this war. But people are stuck on fulfilling prophecy.
Thank you to Real-Time TV. Let me read that. One second. I appreciate that donation, Real-Time TV. Real-Time TV sent a message. She said, "Thank you for bringing real-time events and some knowledge to this war. I don't like war, and I don't agree using its citizens. I wish these people get some of their land back to end this war, but people are stuck on fulfilling prophecy." Yeah, I mean, I hope that this war can end. I hope that this war can end. So let's get a little further into the Zionist movement. So we do understand that this movement is a new movement. It's a brand new movement. It's a baby, and it's coming up against a people that just that basically had an empire. It's coming up against a people who have an empire and a history, and their blood is rooted in the land. So they're not there by ideology. And there are people in the land that already followed Jewish faith, but they are 100% Arab. They are part of the land as well. Those people are not recognized in the movement. You understand? So it's a lot going on here. So we basically have Eastern and Central Europeans who want to now claim a homeland in the Middle East. That's pretty much what we're seeing here. So, in the 16th and 17th centuries, a number of messiahs came forward trying to persuade Jews to return to Palestine. The Haskalah movement of the late 18th century, however, urged Jews to assimilate into Western secular culture. Now, this is very important. So what we're having is, in the 16th and 17th century, they already have people trying to push this message. However, there was an alternate message being pushed that urged the Jews to assimilate into Western secular culture. Which one do you think ended up winning this war right here? This of the two ideologies in this moment? I'll tell you. The assimilating into Western culture, that ideology won. That ideology actually overpowered the other one. So the ideology of returning to Palestine had to come back in the 19th century. So what we had was the Jewish Enlightenment movement of the 18th century fueled a lot of things today that we call, quote unquote, the Illuminati. Its foundations, however, come from a little bit earlier. So if you start doing a little research, which is we're going to end up into some Thinkers Thursdays and some Sunday services about the Ottoman Empire. This is going to lead to a lot of different content. Their choice to assimilate into Western secular society is the reason why we have what you call the Illuminati, and you know how you can't say the J word, and that movement is the movement, the Jewish Enlightenment, the Illuminati, the enlightened one. Now that movement basically was the movement of choice for the Jewish people at that time, and they executed it very well. Very well. And by the time the 19th century came along, they had so much influence because of their assimilation that they were able to help actually make Zionism a real thing. And that happened. That happened. So in further services and further live streams and content I create on this channel, we are going to go into the Jewish Enlightenment, and we're going to understand how a lot of these things came to be and why we got a lot of the things in influence and power. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Now, it says in the early 19th century, interest returned in the early 19th century, interest in a return of the Jews to Palestine was kept alive by Christian millenarians. Don't know who that is or what that is. Despite the Haskalah, Eastern European Jews did not assimilate in reaction to Tsarist pogroms, formed the Hovevi Zion, lovers of Zion, to promote the settlement of Jewish farmers and artisans. So what we have is that the Eastern Jews didn't really gravitate towards this assimilation. But for the most part, the Central Jews did. The Central Europeans, those Jews did. Now, a political turn was given to Zionism by Theodor Herzl, an Austrian journalist who regarded assimilation as most desirable, but in view of anti-Semitism, impossible to realize. So he loved the idea of the assimilation. He just felt that there was too much anti-Semitism in the world for that to be a reality. And they figured out how to get ahead of that whole situation. Because with the Enlightenment movement and the combination of the the Zionist movement, they were able to assimilate into all powers of government, into all powers of military. I'm talking about in high levels of authority. They were able to assimilate and get into positions of power in all of the major governments all over Europe and in America. Ain't that crazy? So these were the issues that they were having, that they had to settle, they had to fix to get them to the position that they are in modern day. So these were the issues that they were dealing with. But they found the ways. They found the ways. But this is the beginning. This is how those movements, those ideas, those plans were formed so that they can execute what they execute. And now, even though the world might disagree with what's happening, they are too powerful. The positions in power is too powerful. The influence is too powerful for anyone to have it any other way. And yeah. Okay. Thus, he argued if Jews were forced by external pressure to form a nation, they could lead a normal existence only through concentration in one territory. So if the Jews were forced by external pressure to form a nation, so we got people that actually looking for something to cause the Jewish people to be forced in a situation where they have to come together and form this nation. And then you have the Holocaust, and you wonder why so much people in Germany allowed this to happen. And maybe some of them was down. This is down a rabbit hole. This is down a rabbit hole. But doesn't a lot of things start making sense now? If you know that they had ideas of actually creating something that can force them to have to come together. All right. I can't say too much on the topic, but I hope y'all see. I hope y'all get the picture. In 1897, Herzl convened the first Zionist Congress at Basel, Switzerland, which drew up the Basel program of the movement, stating that Zionism strives to create for the Jewish people a home in Palestine secured by public law. In 1897, right before the fall of the Ottoman Empire, which is in 1922. Ain't these things funny? They're really not. They're really not. But ain't it funny? Hopefully these things spark people to want to look into these things a little bit more. Because, on certain platforms, certain things you can't even get into. But hopefully you're picking up what I'm putting down. The Center of the World Movement was established in Vienna, where Herzl published the official weekly Die Welt, The World. Zionist Congresses met yearly until 1901, and then every 2 years. When the Ottoman government refused Herzl's request for Palestinian autonomy, he found support in Great Britain. It's funny because right after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, we all of a sudden had a British Palestine. Ain't that funny how these things work out? Ain't that funny how right after the fall, they had a British, and they wasn't trying to let that happen. Okay. All right now. All right now. I mean, I can't say too much, but I hope y'all picking up what I'm putting down. A lot of these things ain't coincidence. So, okay, let me go back. When the Ottoman government refused Herzl's request for Palestinian autonomy, he found support in Great Britain. In 1903, the British government offered 6,000 square miles of uninhabited Uganda for settlement. But the Zionists held out for Palestine. Now, hopefully we can understand what we're hearing. In 1903, matter of fact, let's go back. In 1901, there was still the Ottoman Empire. In 1903, there was still the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire refused any of this ideology and any of that. So, the Great Britain tried to appease because Great Britain supports the movement of Zion, the Zionist movement. So Great Britain offered them offered them property or offered them land in one of their colonized territories in Uganda. And they said they don't want it. They said they don't want it. They'll wait until they can get Palestine. This is before the Holocaust, ladies and gentlemen. This is before the Holocaust. We'll wait for the right event to happen that'll allow us to get Palestine. No, we good. We don't need a home that bad right now. We want this one. This is important. Because, you start wondering, well, why did these superpowers allow this to go on in Germany when they could have stepped in? But they turned their head. They turned their noses. They allowed concentration camps and all these things. Why? Why would you do this? These are people. Things ain't always what it seems, man. At the death of Herzl in 1904, the leadership moved from Vienna to Cologne and then to Berlin. Prior to World War I, Zionism represented only a minority of Jews, mostly from Russia, but led by Austrians and Germans. It developed propaganda through orators and pamphlets, created its own newspapers, and gave an impetus gave an impetus to what was called a Jewish Renaissance in letters and arts. The development of the modern Hebrew language largely took place during that period. The failure of the Russian Revolution of 1905 and the wave of pogroms and repressions that followed caused growing numbers of Russian Jewish youth to emigrate to Palestine as pioneer settlers. The Russian Revolution forced growing numbers of Jewish youth from Russia into Palestine as pioneer settlers. So now you actually have the actual footprints of the European Jews in Palestine. 1905. So 1903, they wasn't trying to have it. 1905, the Russian Jews came there as settlers because of the revolution that was happening. Most likely, a treaty probably was formed with the Ottoman Empire because they're still in power. But it now forms an official attachment for the Jewish people of Europe to have a direct connection to Palestine. All right now. And we about to get into some more. Listen, I told y'all, this is how it goes. Y'all probably don't understand how deep this goes. By 1914, there were about 90,000 Jews in Palestine. 13,000 settlers lived in 43 Jewish agricultural settlements, many of them supported by the French Jewish philanthropist Baron Edmund de Rothschild. This is Encyclopedia Britannica, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope we get an understanding of where we about to end up messing with this stuff. I hope we get an understanding of where this will take you messing with this stuff. This ain't no little baby stuff. You start messing with these things, you enter in a danger zone. So just upon the outbreak of World War I, political Zionism reasserted itself and its leadership passed to the Russian Jews living in England. Two such Zionists, Chaim Weizmann and Nahum Sokolov, was instrumental in obtaining the Balfour Declaration from Great Britain, which promised support for the creation of the national home in Palestine. This is November 2nd, 1917. What I'm saying is they've been sowing the seeds and they never stopped, and they've been orchestrating to get what they want. How did we get here? Not by accident, is what I'm saying. What's the solution? Shit, we got to understand this in its entirety. And it's a lot to understand, and it's more complicated than we think, and it's not as simple as cut. Both sides, hands is dirty. Every side that's involved got some dirty hands. And listen, there's Uncle Toms in every nation. Whatever Uncle Tom is, they got one in every. There's traitors in every nation. The phillality. Okay. So let's go over it again. Two such Zionists, Chaim Weizmann and Nahum Sokolov, were instrumental in obtaining the Balfour Declaration from Great Britain on November 2nd, 1917, which promised British support for the creation of a Jewish national home in Palestine. The declaration was included in Britain's League of Nations mandate over Palestine in 1922. So what is that saying? It's saying that in 1922, when the Ottoman Empire fell, it was taken over by the Great Britain. Great Britain was now in charge over Palestine and was able to have a mandate that said they are going to create a Jewish nation there. They're going to create a homeland there. In 1922, they did. So what I'm saying is, America is a colony of Britain. Britain has an obligation through contracts to support this regardless of what is happening. And we have an obligation to support it because we are part of the British colony. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but whether they are right or wrong in what they are doing, we have to support that. It's mandated. Right now, it's where these things, like, some people don't want to deal with this type of stuff for real. The harsh truth, the harsh realities, the harsh every goddamn thing, man. In the following years, the Zionists built up the Jewish urban and rural settlements in Palestine, perfecting autonomous organizations and solidifying Jewish cultural life and Hebrew education. In March 1925, the Jewish population in Palestine was officially estimated at 108,000, and it rose to about 238,000, 20% of the population by 1933. Listen. Jewish immigration remained relatively slow, however, until the rise of Hitler in Europe. So you're telling me that all the way up till 1933, everything is going according to plan? But the only thing that's hindering their plan is the fact that the immigration of Jews to Palestine was relatively slow. So I gotta be very careful how I word this type of stuff. So the fact that Hitler had a rise in Europe, it forced something that already was planned to get sped up. It made, all right, man. You gotta be careful what you say. Listen. All right, I hope y'all got it. I hope y'all picking up what I'm putting down. I've heard in history, and I've heard like famous leaders say things about sacrificing for the greater good. I hope y'all picking up what I'm putting down. Because I can't, you can't say certain things on this motherfucker. For the bigger picture. Yeah. Ah, man. In war, they say things like casualties of war. Okay. All right now. Nevertheless, the Arab population feared that Palestine would eventually become a Jewish state and bitterly resisted Zionism and the British policy supporting it. British forces struggled to maintain order in the face of a series of Arab uprisings. So, like I said, the Ottoman Empire has just been crushed. The Great Britain is now in control, and their army is occupying. They are now an occupying force in Palestine, and they are now forcing the settlement of the Jews because they got a contract with them. But the people that live there, they not with that. But it's out of their hands because they can't do nothing about it. The occupying people have a contract with the other people that says, we going to take your stuff. We going to take your land and move you up out of it. And they're going to continuously fight. So now we have to bring more army, more troops to get control of the people in their own land because we are the occupiers. We now rule this land and you. So we get to make these rules. We get to force you up out of your settlements, out of your home, and move other people in there because we now own it. We control it now. And as unfortunate as it is, that's how it goes. The strain of suppressing the Arab revolt of 1936 to 1939, which was more extensive and sustained than earlier uprising, ultimately led Britain to reassess its policies. They wouldn't stop fighting. The people would not stop fighting. Would you stop fighting for your land? That's just a question. You don't have to answer it. But when you're occupying force, you need the people that you're occupying to be under control. If anybody's familiar with my Sunday services, you would learn about the Flavians and learn it was very difficult for them to get the Jewish people under control, and they had to take certain measures to do. And eventually they had to come up with certain ways to do it because the ways they were doing it might not have been the best way. So they had to implement other ways to. So after all these years of trying to use your force against the people, because you can't just kill them all. That's not your intention is not to kill them all. You do need a workforce to keep the land. You don't want to bring the whole of Europe into the land to have to keep up the land. You just want to control the land and the people and keep all the spoils of the resources and stuff of the land. So you don't want to use your force to kill all the people, but you want them to you want to show enough force so that they can get in line. And these people ain't doing it. They keep fighting, man. To them, they're not going to stop fighting because it's their land. They don't care who you are. So what if you occupied it? So what if you... They not trying to hear it. So the British people had to adjust their tactics and their policies in order to figure this out. How do we keep control and keep order? So, in hopes of keeping the peace between Jews and Palestinian Arabs and retaining Arab support against Germany and Italy in World War II, Britain placed restrictions on Jewish immigration in 1939. You know what you just did, right? As now, mind you, the people of Great Britain are not Jews. So they are not the one who are, this is not for them. So they're just keeping an agreement. But at what cost, though? At what cost? So financially, it's not benefiting them to try to force it upon them this way to keep the contract. So they had to make some adjustments. And of course, the Zionists are now upset because you going back on your word. You changing up on us. So now they got a problem again. So the new restrictions were violently opposed. Violently, you know what that means, right? Burn some stuff down. Burn some things down. Uprisings. What you mean no more Jewish immigration into these people's land? What do you mean we can't bring more of our people to settle here? Well, we're gonna get violent. And there was violence. So the new restrictions were violently opposed by Zionist underground groups such as the Stern Gang and Ergum Zvali Lumi, which committed acts of terrorism and assassination against the British and organized illegal Jewish immigrations to Palestine. So what we got here? We got Zionism, Jewish terrorists, who was doing acts of terrorism and assassination in 1939. You know who wasn't doing that? The Arabs, the Palestinians. Where did they learn to become terrorists from? Their enemies. The people that were invading their lands was doing acts of terrorism and assassinations. Eventually, those same people who were being terrorized and assassinated learned how to become terrorists and assassinators, if it makes sense. The people who wanted to occupy their land were so adamant about it that they chose to commit acts of terrorism and even went as far as assassinating British and they organized illegal Jewish immigration to Palestine. Now, when you think of a terrorist, who you think of? Isn't that funny how things flip? Doesn't it make a little bit more sense now why desperate people has now chose to do something? I mean, what I'm saying is, it's easy to point the finger when you don't know what you're talking about. When you don't know what you're talking about. If you think of a terrorist today, you know the first face you think about. But what if you found out that the people that really started the terrorism, ain't that funny? Ain't that funny? But this is Encyclopedia Britannica, ladies and gentlemen, and this is for educational purposes only. The large-scale extermination of European Jews by the Nazis led many Jews to seek refuge in Palestine and many others, especially in the United States, to embrace Zionism. How convenient. How convenient. In 1939, you guys are going through this thing where the people you had the agreement with was basically stopping the immigration from coming through. You guys start getting violent. And the whole extermination of the Jews helped people to be a part of your movement. Remember 9/11? Do you remember 9/11? We're not allowed to speak on that type of stuff, but do you remember 9/11? What they said it was? I mean, listen, I'm just saying. What was the people saying it was? You remember people saying oh man, look, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. You ever heard of something called an inside man or an inside job? But I didn't say that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. A lot of things make sense. And then the question of 9/11 becomes, why would they do that to their own? But oh man, And then you get questions. Then you just start questioning things, you know? A lot of things become questionable. Cause like, wow, could it be possible that your own people, wow. So, you know, it makes some of this stuff a lot of, all right now, you got to be careful what you say. You got to be careful what you say. As tensions grew among Arabs and Zionists, Britain submitted the Palestine problem first to the Anglo-US discussion for a solution and later to the United Nations, on which on November 29, 1947, proposed partition of the country into separate Arab and Jewish states and the internationalization of Jerusalem. Great Britain wanted out of their contract and passed that shit on. First, they tried to give it to the Anglo-US, and then they passed it on to the United Nations. It's your problem now. It's your problem now. And what we saw in the beginning of this live stream was the United Nations assessment on this whole thing after it was placed in their goddamn laps. After it was placed in their laps, this is their assessment. Yeah, those people occupy the lands and they don't listen. And they illegally do stuff and they illegally take more of the land. And they illegally do more and they do more. But we support them 100%. And we don't have no choice because all the nations support them and everybody's their allies. And yeah, so it's wrong what they're doing, but we support them. So, the creation of the State of Israel on May 14th, 1948, triggered an invasion by the neighboring Arab countries that was soundly defeated by the Israeli army. So, you know, once they did that, not people that were not Palestinians, other Muslims from other countries said, no way, Jose, you're not doing that. And they came in to fight them. However, the Israeli army, the people who did not even have a real home at the time, were supplied with ammunitions of the most modern, top of the top. They had air support and all that from all the allies. So they had nothing to worry about because the allies provided them with all the artillery that they needed to defeat any one of these Muslims who decide to invade this area that we have given to you. And they get to move about like that. By the time armistice agreements were signed in 1949, Israel held more land than had been allotted to it under the UN partition plan. So they had a certain amount of land that was given to them. They went and took more. That's what I'm saying. About 800,000 Arabs had also fled or been expelled from the area that became Israel. Almost 1 million people got kicked about their homeland for people who said that they want. Anyway, thus, 50 years after the first Zionist Congress and 30 years after the Balfour Declaration, Zionism achieved its aim of establishing a Jewish state in Palestine, but at the same time, it became an armed camp surrounded by hostile Arab nations and Palestinian organizations engaged in terrorism in and outside of Israel. So you see, they wanted it so bad that they're willing to have it at this cost. at the cost of having to be armed to the teeth with every nuclear missile and bomb and every gun and weapon that they could think of. And they have to be ready to use it at any given moment, at all the time, just to keep this place. Because the people not gonna stop. It's theirs. So you got a people that's willing to stay in war. They willing to stay in war to keep a land that's not theirs. That's why this stuff don't end, because they're not giving it up. That's like somebody taking your ball and you want to fight for your ball and you ain't never going to stop fighting for your ball, and they said they ain't never giving you your ball back. What solution? What resolution? You ain't never gonna get your ball back, and you ain't get. It's either you say fuck it, I'm gonna let you have my ball. That's the only option you have, or fight for that shit forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Unless you could just defeat him. So let's get back to our video. Let's get back to our video. So now that we got an understanding of the Palestinian identity and Zionism, we can go a little bit more into this video and get a bit more understanding of everything leading to now. And in the lives coming up, we can delve further into the things that we discussed about the Ottoman Empire and all those things, because those are live streams within itself. Those are videos within themselves. So you can't really cover all those things at one time. We can touch on them, but we're gonna delve deeper or dive deeper into those topics in further live streams. Live streams like this allows us to touch on those topics so that we can, get deeper into it at later times. Man, wasn't that a lot to unpack? That was a lot to unpack.
Not
so as we saw earlier, the United Nations, they're trying to come up with ways to create a resolution, but they still got to keep the agreement. So they have to give the Jewish people a home, but they also have to try to still make peace with the Palestinians so that everybody can be happy. But how do you make everybody happy if the agreement, if the actual proposal is to allow somebody else to have part of your land? And it's not even that they allow it, they force them to have part of their land.
one for Jews, Israel, and control.
They couldn't control it. They passed the buck. They passed the buck while still supporting them, but not having to deal with it directly. So all this stuff is, hey, have we noticed that God isn't mentioned yet? The Bible ain't mentioned yet. All this war, we got all this reason and explanation and clarity, and God and the Bible don't got nothing to do with this yet. The only how the Bible fits in is when they say they want a homeland. That's the only time the Bible comes into play, is when they say they want a homeland. The reason behind what they're doing is the only time that God comes into play. Other than that, everything makes sense without even the mention of religion. This is all politics. This is all politics.
Half of Jerusalem, and much of the
Tracepectives donated $3. Great content/dialogue today. I'm working and can't fully engage in chat, but I'm all ears. Teach.
Shout out to Tracepectives. Thank you, Tracepectives, for that donation. She said, great content/dialogue today. I'm working and can't fully engage in chat, but I'm all ears. Teach. Shout out to you, Tracepectives. I appreciate that donation. Yeah, this is a interesting thing.
The land that was to have been part of Palestine.
So we have the United Nations came to agreement with the Jewish people that says that they can have a certain area of land. They broke that agreement and took, notice the word took, more land than was given to them. They took it. They took it. They took it. Look how much land they took. Now this is on a map. This is on a map, right? So this is just small on the screen. This is land in real life. This is a whole country in real life. Like this, look how much land they took over. Do y'all see how much they was given to how much they took? How are they able to take that? How are they able to take that? With the military might and support from the allies.
Israel was now occupying the Palestinian territories, including all of Jerusalem and its holy sites. This left Israel responsible for governing the Palestinians, a people it had fought for decades.
Now imagine that. Now you're being governed by the very people that took over your land. Mind you, the people, the Jewish people were not the people that took over your land. They were given your land by other people that was controlling that land. Now they have established a state, and their armed forces have taken over your part, the part that you are now in. They have now taken over the part that you are now in. They took over the part that you was in, and now they took over the part that you're in now. And this time, it's not somebody else allowing them to take it over. They're taking it over themselves, and they making the rules. Man, you see how crazy things, man. So this is a people, the people of Palestine is victims of this. Because this is happening to them in their homes by people that's not from there.
In 1978, Israel and Egypt signed the U.S.-brokered Camp David Accords. Shortly after that, Israel gave Sinai back to Egypt as part of the peace treaty. At the time, this was hugely controversial in the Arab world. Egyptian President Anwar Sadat was assassinated in part because of outrage against it.
Look at that. Who's doing the assassinations? Who's doing the assassinations? Because they're mad that they gave back, that they had to give back some of the land. Next, you know, they killed some of the people that agreed to give back some of the land. Who you think did that?
Nothing new under the sun. Look at the invasion that's going on now. Our replacements, I am just saying.
Thank you to Relly Time TV for that donation. She says, nothing new under the sun. Look at the invasion that's going on now. Our replacements. I'm just saying. Thank you to Relly Time TV for that donation. You are appreciated.
Claimed all cheap.
So now you got an influx of people from all over the world that's just Jewish. Because Israel has a policy that as long as you're Jewish, if you're a Jew, you don't have to be born there. You can come there and claim land for yourself. So a bunch of Jews went there to settle. Some went there because that's the holy land. Some went there because, you know what? We need more Jews in that land to solidify our presence. Some went there because, listen, man, we could take over and make some real money here. We got land. We got land, y'all. We got land. They celebrating. They coming and moving their children in there. There's people that want to kill them. There's people that want them out of there. That's a whole nother story, really.
And subsidized by the Israeli government. Some settlements are cities with thousands of people. Others are small communities deep into the West Bank.
If you've always felt a deep yearning for Jerusalem, now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity not only to stand within its gates, but also to build the home of your dreams there.
Settlers are
bruh, they out here doing commercials, encouraging their people to come move there, and you know what I'm saying? Like, and how are you gonna feel safe? We got nuclear bombs and an armed force, and we will protect you. We will make sure that any one of those people trying to reclaim their land, we will rain down on them with artillery. So you don't have to worry. Come on, move over to Jerusalem.
Followed by soldiers to guard them, and the growing settlements forced Palestinians off of their land and divide communities. Thousands of people
Are followed by soldiers to guard them. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, don't worry, we got you. So they got soldiers to guard the new people that's coming in to settle in the land. Listen, this is modern day pilgrims. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what we saw growing up. Constantly, war in the Middle East. We were teenagers and kids then. Probably didn't understand what we were looking at. You understand it now? Now, on TV, these people are demonized. But when you understand what's happening, these people are oppressed. And this is an uprising. This is an uprising because they are oppressed.
A couple hundred Israelis, over 1,000 Palestinians died in the First Intifada. Around the same time, a group of Palestinians in Gaza, who considered the PLO too secular, too compromise-minded, created Hamas, a violent extremist group dedicated to Israel's destruction.
So you see now, these events birthed these groups. These events created these groups. These groups is responses to a problem that started, that everybody turns. Everybody knows what the problem is. They said everything they doing is illegal based on the international laws and everything. Everything they do is illegal. But they're allowing them a little bit of freedom to govern themselves in certain areas. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate that, man. You guys are so nice. Thanks for giving me a little bit of freedom to govern myself. Look at the areas. Oh, man.
Hardliners on both sides opposed the Oslo Accords. Members of Hamas launched suicide bombings to try to...
We got terrorism. For some reason, they don't really highlight how the Jewish people, the Israeli people was committing acts of terror. Israel was doing terrorism. We even got a movie about it. I think they bombed the Olympics or some crazy. Listen, man, I can't remember, but man.
This violence showed how extremists on both sides can use violence to derail peace, keep a permanent conflict going as they seek the other side's total destruction.
You see what's going on? Peace where? Resolution how? What we're seeing is something that's not going to end. They're going to try to destroy each other unless one is either the Palestinians have to say, you know what, we're going to allow you to keep our shit, or the Jews say, we're going to leave your land. This is the only way to get peace, one way or the other. Anything else will be uncivilized. Anything else will be uncivilized. And it only gets worse. You see what's going on? It only gets worse. It only gets worse. They only the people of Israel hate the people more of Palestine. The people of Palestine hate the people of Israel more. It only gets worse. It only gets worse. They building walls. They building walls to keep the Palestinians out. Listen, they building borders and stuff like Mexico. Listen. Okay, now.
They're not really trying to solve the conflict anymore, just to manage it. The Palestinians are left feeling like negotiating didn't work, and violence didn't work, and that they're stuck under an ever-growing occupation with no future as a people.
Negotiations ain't work. Violence ain't work. They stuck. Yeah. And where are we now? War. Of course, because that eventually they're going to end up right back to violence. They're going to try the violence again. It didn't work the first time. Maybe it'll work this time. But what they not going to do is just sit there and just deal with it the whole time. They're going to keep trying. Like, listen, man, that war ain't stopping because it's too much behind it, man. The foundation of this whole thing is fucked up from the beginning. And until that gets rectified, there will be no solution.
That year, Israel withdraws from Gaza, relatively new, and it's unbearable for Palestinians.
Unemployment at 40%. Listen, they got them people poor. And then you go in Israel, people living rich. They live in luxury. You like, what the hell? Listen. The Palestinians live in refugee camps, and the people of Israel is living luxury. I mean, you wouldn't even think they in Palestine. You'd be like, wait a minute. Y'all got Benzes and all that stuff. Look at all this nice stuff y'all got here. Look at your house. Look at your garden. Look at you got a garden in the desert. Your house is so nice. It's good. I'm talking about luxury. They not going through what the Palestinians going through.
In the West Bank, more and more settlements are smothering Palestinians, often respond with protests and sometimes with violence, though most just want normal lives. In Gaza, Hamas and other violent groups have periodic wars with Israel. The fighting overwhelmingly kills Palestinians, including lots of civilians.
And that's what we're going to see right now. They are going to, Israel is going to slaughter. Listen, man. Listen. You see what the Palestinians got to resort to, right? They got to resort to some heinous acts, like hands-on, because they don't have as much militia as the others. So they over here doing some real heinous things in these villages and stuff. It's real crazy. But how is Israel going to respond? They're going to blow up your whole town. They're going to destroy your whole town for what you did in a little village. They're going to kill everything in your town. They moving like America. They basically America in the midst of those people right there.
In Israel itself, most people have become apathetic. For the most part, the occupation keeps the conflict relatively removed from their daily lives.
The occupation keeps the conflict relatively removed from their daily lives. These people you see what they doing? They enjoying stuff. They don't got to worry about what the rest of the people worried about. The army got it. The army, militia, all their artillery got y'all covered. Go about your daily lives. Go about your daily lives. and you know, the Palestinians want to stop that. So that's where the whole bombing and all that type of stuff. They don't want you to be comfortable in their country. They want you uncomfortable in their country. So it's terrible. And here we are. Whatever comes next will be much worse. We're witnessing whatever comes next. So what's happening right now is whatever comes next. And it's only going to get worse. So that's I hope you guys was able to get a little bit of insight from this whole thing. I'm going to drop the link just to see if anybody wants to come and talk about this topic. If not, I'm going to give my closing arguments and then I'm out of here. But this is very interesting to see all this stuff played out right now. and the way things are going right now, and to learn the history, it's really not that hard to figure out what's going on. And even though the world always tries to put on a campaign about peace in the Middle East, that's not really, they don't mean it. They don't mean it. They don't mean it. Because as you can see, occupying these lands was something that they planned to do for a couple centuries. And they got it. It took them about 200 years to execute a plan. You know what that means? That means that the people that started the plan died before the plan even got executed. That means that the people that continued the plan believed in it that much. The people that continued the plan believed in it that much. And if you add the element of God into that, let's say that this plan that was revealed to you by your ancestors 200 years ago.
That just donated $5. Great live, bro. Very informative. I learned something.
Shout out to Thaddeus for that donation. Appreciate you, brother. You said, great live, bro. Very informative. I learned something. Now, if you were to add God to that plan, let's just say that plan that was given to us by our ancestors 200 years ago, let's just say that plan was ordained by God. And 200 years later, that plan has executed and we have the land. Ain't no giving it back. This is God's plan. So if we got to get rid of you to get it, to keep it, that's part of God's plan as well, because look how far God has allowed us to get. Everything that we've planned, we have was able to accomplish. We was able to accomplish that with God. Ain't no stopping those people. Shout out to Relanisha. How you doing, Chef?
Hello, how you doing? I just want to say that thank you so much for bringing clarity. It opened my eyes a lot because, I'm a Christian, and that's what we're taught, to love Israel, to stand with Israel. If you do not, then God will come against your nation. A lot of people believe that. In fact, America believes that. Most of the West believe that. But I just feel like when I heard you going through everything, I just felt for the first time like we really being played. It don't have nothing to do with God. I'm just saying to use that as your reason for why I'm going to take over this country. I'm going to say that, and I'm going to use that. And everybody, we were told that this is Bible prophecy. Mm-hmm. Don't worry about what Israel do. This is Bible prophecy. Mm-hmm. And my daddy told me this years ago, that these people took them people in. But I didn't want to hear. I'm like, Dad, no, that's Bible prophecy. Said
CJ donated $5. Glad you covered this topic. Nicely done.
Shout out to Alif CJ for that donation. I appreciate you, brother. Alif CJ said, glad you covered this topic. Nicely done. I appreciate that donation, brother. Thank you. Yeah, really. Go ahead.
It just opened your eyes to a lot of what else is going on. What other invasions that we see. I ain't saying no name, but because how they say it's like it's nothing new under the sun, but you can follow the breadcrumbs of what happened in the past, and I'm seeing them now just without the war. Mine is the war, because we learn from our mistakes a little bit, and we'll use something else.
Yeah.
And they said it. You being replaced. Straight up in our face.
that were being replaced.
That we won't answer to this set of people. You're now going to answer to those set of people. Why? I thought they're minorities like us. So why we got to answer to them? If anybody. Yeah. I played that on my one of my lives where the president himself said it. When the civil rights leaders came to ask, what about us? And he said, you asking me the wrong question. You need to answer them other people. That's who y'all going to be answering to, because they're going to be more than y'all. I'm just paraphrasing.
Well,
so I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, but in our case, we don't really have an occupying force. Our situation here can be changed with unification. No matter how much these people unify, their situation can't change because it's not in their hands.
Okay.
Yeah, so they got a lot to deal with, and the fact that they have to deal with actual war. Now, you saw they said that Hamas and those other groups are in Gaza. They have other settlements of Palestinian people all over Jerusalem or Palestine outside of Gaza. So when Hamas attacks Israel attacks every Palestinian settlement. You understand? Like, so they might not even be in agreement with what Hamas is doing, but they got to pay the price regardless.
Wow. You know what I don't understand? Okay. How would they even give their land back though? Because everything is built up. There's a government. Do I give you like some extra land and let you make your own country? Call it whatever you want. Palestine is now a nation or country. How would they do that? Because those people not going nowhere.
Well,
those people not going nowhere.
This is the thing. The Palestinians eventually, remember they had Yasser Arafat, they had Benjamin Netanyahu, they had some other people over there. Like, eventually they had came to some kind of agreement where, because they're settlers, so they agree. The people of Palestine eventually came to agreement to let them have a little bit of land. All of them didn't agree with it, but for the most part, they allowed them to have a little bit of land. They took more.
Oh, so there was an agreement. Hey, yeah, y'all could come, but y'all gonna get only so much.
Right.
Agreement got broken. No, I want everything.
They want more, right?
Majority.
Mm-hmm. They end up taking over the whole stuff eventually. So, and the United Nations is stating like their occupation of the lands outside of the agreement is illegal internationally. It's illegal based on international laws. But who is gonna enforce any consequences? Nobody. So even though it's illegal, they'll make the statement, yeah, it's illegal, but they do it.
I remember one year George Bush was reading out of the Bible, and he read the part where it said, "We stand with Israel. Any nation come against Israel, we're going to be cursed." So there's maybe there's fear there. You think, like,
I don't know if he used. You sure he used the word cursed? I don't think the president could say cursed. Did he say cursed?
God come against you. God comes against you. God comes against you.
Well,
it's in the Bible.
Well,
it's in the Bible.
This is the thing. It's a British colony, America, and as we saw, Great Britain had basically agreement with the Zionists that they were going to give them a place in Palestine specifically. Initially, they tried to give them a place in Uganda. There's other talks of different parts of the world where they tried to offer them that they refused. They didn't want it. They want Jerusalem.
Right. They consider that their home, their homeland.
But remember, all of the Jews wasn't on that. The minority, the small amount of Jews that was on that, they eventually got the rest of Jews to basically follow that ideology because of the Holocaust. Before the Holocaust, the majority of Jews wanted to assimilate, and they did. They came into Hollywood. A lot of them changed their names from their Jewish names, and they would have regular American names, and you wouldn't even know that a lot of the actors and famous people were Jews because they changed their name and they assimilated. So that's what most of them did. But after they did that, they then joined the Zionist movement. So all those assimilated Jews is now in power. They are now part of military. They part of government. They part of school, education, criminal justice, all that. You got somebody in there somewhere that's one of them. And right. then they become Zionists. Then they start accepting the Zionist movement. So you got people who are now able to make laws that now believe that ideology. And
right.
they're going,
and a lot of that,
they use their power.
On.
Well, I was going to say they use their power to help influence the power that Israel has today.
Right. Like we was taught, because it's in the Bible, it said God said, I will gather all my people, that's Jewish people, back to Israel. And they used that as the premise. You see, in 1948, they all came back. They all came back and they won the war. In 1969, they had a little scuffle war and they won that. That is prophecy. And that's what people build the premise on. Well, you that's what it is.
You would, I guess they can say that, but you would have to take away all the stuff that allowed them to be able to do what they did. Take away the American army, take away the British army, take away the United Nations. Now let God help you with that. So now you would have to now say that God is sending the British army, God is sending the American army, God is sending the United Nations. God is making those people work with you to allow this to happen.
Donated $5 through Super Chat.
Shout out to Ingrid. I appreciate that Super Chat. Ingrid donated $5 through Super Chat. Appreciate you. Yeah, like the fact that it's happening that way is, can't really go against it.
I know. Like everything, like right now, there's the fear of, oh God, it's Armageddon, y'all. Everybody gonna come against Israel, and God gonna step in and gonna get rid of everything. So that's the fear, because I hear what's going on in the Christian thing. So that is the fear now. You go look on YouTube, you're going to see it. They're coming against Israel, y'all. They're about to all have the war against them.
Hold on. Wabbit Hotline, give me 1 second. I got to connect. Hold on. I don't got my stuff connected. Give me 1 second, Wabbit Hotline. Connect to this thing. Wabbit Hotline, can you hear me? Hold on. I don't think I can hear you anymore. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Not you. Somebody just called the hotline. The calling numbers on the screen if anybody want to call in to have anything they want to say on this topic. Really, the whole religious aspect. Hold on. Got a call. Wabbit Hotline. Can you hear me? can't hear them.
I don't hear none either. I thought maybe you could hear.
Hold on, let me see. Let me restart this thing. Give me a second, whoever was calling, give me a second. Yeah, the whole religious aspect is not, it's only a foundation for why they're there. Everything after that would have to be basically for the prophecy part. So yeah, they would have to apply that ideology to why the U.S. is helping and why they would have to say that all that's God. But when you look into the actual reasons to why the U.S. is involved, Great Britain involved, it's really not God, unless you could say, well, God is the reason why they signed the contracts and all that. If you can take that route, to justify what you're doing, but for the most part, that's not the reason that Great Britain is given. That's not the reason that America is given. That's not the reason that everybody else is given. So the Jewish people can make that rationality for those people, but that's not the rationality of those people.
Oh, okay. That's not their rationality.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Let me connect back to. Let's see if this thing working. Can you hear it?
You got it to connect?
Yeah, it's connected.
Okay.
Do a test call real quick. I'm not hearing it. It's not connecting. You can go ahead, really. Anything else you want to say about this?
Oh, okay, yeah. So, I don't know if I told y'all this before. I met, this was years ago, a guy that he owned a cell phone store. And I thought he was a black man that I was talking to. I thought he was just a high yellow black man with green eyes. I had no idea he was from Palestine. So we just talking. And I asked him, like, where he from? Because I could tell his accent. It wasn't, fully American. He said, I'm from the Middle East. I said, what part? He said, I'm Palestine. I said, Palestine. And I actually said, oh, you're the people that fight against the Jews. Why I said that? That man said, what Jews? Just like that. I said, you know the people that's in Israel, the Jewish people. He said, what Jews? I said, the people that came there back to their home. He said, let me tell you something. The real Jews look like me and you. And they've been there for thousands of years. My family been there all their life. I came here in 1969. But those people are Europeans that came over and moved us off our land. That right there messed me up. Like, I said, what you talking about? Y'all do all that fighting and stuff with those people. He said, they're not Jews. They're Europeans. The Jews that live on our land look like me and you. I'll never forget that.
But this is the thing. Jew is not a race. So technically they are Jews.
Okay.
Unless you're looking at what makes you a Jew is being from the people that are from Palestine, from Israel. Because if that's the case, if that's the case, then only those people over there could be considered Jews. But that's not what it is. It's a religion. There's all kind of people in Judaism for the most part, it's Europeans and Arabs.
No, Courtney, I didn't think he was lying. I just thought that I was.
All right, finally this thing
Oh,
works. All right, the hotline works. Y'all can call the hotline. Yeah. Colonizer. Anthea says, I'm not doing prophecy. Relly's doing prophecy. I ain't.
I'm just saying what they say. I'm just saying. Oh, Lord.
Using religion to dominate, gain power and masses while fattening their pockets. I mean, yeah. But this plan was real elegant. So you see how the Jewish Enlightenment,
Right.
and they also had a regular Enlightenment, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, that's all part of the light. They illuminate. So when you go down the rabbit hole of the Jewish Enlightenment, you give to Mr. Rothschild, and then you're gonna, it's some deep stuff, man. But it's not no conspiracy theory. See, this is what happens. People that come in contact with this information that I'm talking about tend to use it to fuel false information or false beliefs that they already have, that they use this information as a foundation, but it doesn't have anything to do with what they're talking about, so it's pseudo. It's not real. It has the illusion of looking like it belongs, but it don't.
Right.
So
I didn't want to say that. You said it. I don't want to say
yeah, because a lot of people are into this information, but they're into it. They're into it for the wrong reasons. One, so they end up not getting the information in its entirety like they're supposed to. And if you don't get the information like that, then you'll end up getting took to by the time you finish. But before you even get to the real information, you'll end up in space with aliens and reptilians and
Why
people
stop?
living under the I'm
Stop.
just telling you, because
Let me ask
it's
you
really
this.
simple and it's really documented, but it has nothing to do with that other stuff that people attach it to.
But do you think they use that? Because that was there already. That word was already written. Do you think they use that? We could take over that piece of land and use that as our premise. Because a lot of people already believe that anyway.
Yeah,
At the same time, we will
that
be
was the
fulfilling
plan.
something. They think we're fulfilling something. We really just using this.
Well, initially, the Zionists, the people that are coming up with the ideology, that's their mentality, and they're trying to convince the other Jews to get on board with this new ideology. And it took a couple hundred years. It took at least two centuries, because they came up with it since the 16th and 17th century. It wasn't until the 19th century that they actually got people to accept it. For instance, look at the LGBT movement. It's been around for a while, but it's not until now that people are actually accepting it. But they've been there trying to get it accepted the whole time, and it just took that long. They just never stopped.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody who was calling in the hotline, man? Where you at? Nobody calling in? Anybody got any questions? Anybody, not questions, anybody got any points of views, anything to add to this? Anything, if you do got questions in here?
I just want them to have peace and find a solution. Find a solution.
Find a solution.
Find a solution.
Well, it's gonna be hard to get a solution. I don't think there's a solution unless the Palestinians are willing to give up their land and just accept defeat and accept the occupation. Just think about this land. Where are the Indians? Most they didn't want to accept defeat. So all you got is what's left. That's not funny. Why
On
did I laugh?
reservations.
I apologize
But
for laughing.
what if they were to have an uprising? Say, you know what? I want all y'all asses off the land. The slaves, everybody. Get y'all a piece, a little piece, and get off. That would be, yeah.
It will be fighting forever.
It would be fighting.
I mean,
We'd be
it's
fighting forever
simple.
because,
It's simple. They ain't gonna stop.
yeah, so they're gonna be fighting forever. But I hope America don't get involved in going into war.
Webbit Hotline.
Hey, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Israel about to do to Palestine what America did to the Native Americans.
That's a fact.
Darn.
They're gonna have an indigenous Palestinian day soon.
That's a fact. They about to bomb them out of existence.
Crazy.
Right in front of everybody in 2020. Like in modern day time, we about to watch them man. Listen.
And United Nations gonna allow this? Just gonna be like, okay, this is okay.
They ain't gonna do shit. They gotta do procedure. So they gotta let them do all that shit and then go do hearings and stuff later on in a couple of years. It's like look at South Africa. All that stuff was going on. They knew about it. After it happened, then you could get the accords and stuff, and then you get the hearings. Look at some of the stuff with Iraq, and some of the stuff with they saying that they had weapons of mass destruction they didn't have and all that type of shit. After you kill them and blow up the country and take over the country, then you go and say like, oh, we found out they didn't have it. We were wrong. There was some corruption. Yeah, after. Yeah. So we're going to hear about it after. After they done annihilate all these people, then we're going to hear about who might have been wrong and maybe they could have did things different here. Yeah, after. Man.
It's weird. There's so many stories about those people that flew. They were already in the system of the FBI and stuff. All kind of crazy stuff. It goes down that rabbit hole deep. It goes down that rabbit hole.
This shit. I don't want to see this history. It's one of the histories I don't want to see. Because I'm like, man, I seen it. I tried to ignore it, hoping that it's one of those, they sent the missile here and they sent the missile there and it just goes past. But man.
Right. It's crazy. We just got to keep our eyes open.
Yep.
With all these wars, these many wars that's going on.
A lot of stuff going on with this stuff.
I know, a lot of little stuff. Like, what is the distraction, though? Is it distraction?
Is it distraction? This ain't distraction. This is people dying. This ain't distraction. This is real. This is people for real. This ain't distraction. You don't distract you with a war.
Okay, so we got Russia. We got over there. What's next? Because then China wants Taiwan, whatever it's called. They want to try to jump on that while we distracted with those other two.
Well, there's a changing of the guard. And remember how I said the Ottoman Empire was ended and then the British Empire. So you're watching regime changes right in front of your face. But those things happen through war. So these wars that we're watching is nations and stuff positioning themselves. And once you see one nation start positioning themselves through war, other nations start positioning themselves through war, other nations got to start following suit because everybody going to make sure they're in position. Everybody wants to get position for whatever this new layout going to be because they about to have a whole new layout. It's going to be the changing of the guards. China going to be in a position that in a higher position than it's ever been. America is going to lose a lot of its position. So a lot of people are now getting into place, man. Like we're the only ones. Like we're the country that don't realize what's happening because we think that we're on top and we're slowly ending up at the bottom, but we think we're on top. But we're gonna realize where we are when everything unfolds, and we're not gonna like our position on this world stage. So
you're right. We the lowest in the education system. The economics is not so good. We stretched out thin. We keep printing money that we don't have. We owe everybody. The Saudis just about own us. You know. It's time for that. But they say that reset. It's time for a reset. That's if we ain't in on it. You ever heard of that term?
You said we ain't in on it?
That's if they're not in on it. I won't, like how you said they got the sellouts in every race, every country.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's interesting.
It is. It is very interesting.
Let me see what the chat's saying. There will be casualties of the war period. Oh, of course, there's always be. We are looking at the decline of America right now. That is a fact.
Mm-hmm.
The eclipse has a lot to do with things every time the empire has a elite. Anthea, keep your feet on the ground, please. Anthea ready to start floating and stuff. Anthea, keep your feet on the ground, please.
What up,
Hello, bro?
Long live VA. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
I came to tell you, man. That's why I listened to you. Cause see, when this was going on in school, I was under the bleachers. So I learned, bro. I learned listening to this, bro. For real.
I appreciate that, man.
I'm in and talk about it because I don't know a damn thing about it. So I just gotta listen and learn.
Hey, it's a lot to unpack, man. It's not even. It's complicated, so it is definitely a lot to learn. But just learning the information for the first time, even though I kind of got angry and disappointed, I still was able to be grateful that I did get some clarity and I finally understood. I got a little understanding on to what I was looking at for all this years.
But see, when you have sense and listen to you make sense out of it, it makes sense. So I don't listen to a professor. I can just listen to him because if it didn't make sense, I ask questions. But if it makes sense to me, I'm not going to ask no questions because I understood it.
No. Well, we're gonna have a professor.
I gotta ask questions. It makes sense because it's all new. It's like it's new information being retaught because I was retaught the other way. A lot of people was like, stand with Israel no matter what. No matter what. But then when you get to hear the history of, wait, hold up. Hear that other side. Don't hear one side.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm so glad Sizz brought that in. Like, y'all need to hear the history and see what's really going on.
And if you follow the history, that history is in that black book, really.
Oh, yeah.
you know there's a book.
That's right. It's in the book. It's in there.
That was explained is in the book. It's just explained differently. It's in the book.
It's in the book, yeah.
And it's not explained differently. I guess it's just our understanding and what we got out of it when we read it, I guess.
or how it was interpreted to us.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
man's so evil. You just, man.
Yeah, that's all I came up to say. This damn phone for to die, so I'm going back in the chat.
All right, man. Thank you for
All
coming.
right.
Salute to EA. Shout out to you. If anybody else want to hit the link, they can.
So this is the map. Wait, that's not a big country though.
What you mean?
Israel, the whole country, the whole area is not really a big country. It's not really big.
I mean, compared to what?
Compared to United States, is it the size of United States? Is it the size of the West?
No,
Is it this? You know,
it's nowhere near the size of the United States, but it's a country. I mean, it's not a city. It's a let's say it's a state or it's a country.
It's a country.
Yeah, not like an island, but a country. Like, you know, it's not small. It's not a little. Would you like me to? You know what? Let me just end this and find out what is the information. Ro Rich, what's going on, man? Let me
Hey,
find
Ro.
out this. You there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going
Yeah,
on?
we can hear you.
Yo, I just want to remind y'all, this happened in our lifetime, bro. Remember the USSR before it became Russia?
In Russia, yeah.
Remember
Yeah.
Zangief? Remember this is how I remember this shit, because it's funny, because you know we used to play video games, right? Remember Zangief was originally from USSR in Street Fighter, you feel what I'm saying? And then it became Russia, but during the time when the USSR was snatching up the land over there was a place called Belarus. And then the same thing that's happening right now is happened with them. They got snatched up, assimilated, and couldn't get. They up till now they haven't gotten their shit back. Belarus don't exist no more.
And look,
them niggas Russia now.
Russia's still having wars and shit.
You feel me? Because, like you said, it's either they give up or they fight. Keep on fighting. They shit just ain't televised like the Middle East shit is, because we involved in they shit.
That's true. Because Ukraine used to be part of Russia. Russia want their shit back.
Okay, it says, look.
It's not only Ukraine though.
All right, look how. Look, let me give y'all the insight into Palestine's size. Right, the West Bank is in Palestine. That's approximately the size of Delaware. The Gaza Strip is approximately twice the size of Washington D.C.
Okay.
So that's just small parts of Palestine.
Okay.
So just so it's big.
And then Israel got all the rest of it.
Well, not all the rest, but they got a lot of it. They got shit. There's been a lot of, they took some, gave some back, took some back, all type of stuff. So I'm not sure how much they got now, but they got a good amount. They got parts that don't belong to them. That they didn't agree to. That they took illegally. Yeah, so we witnessed a regime change right in our lifetime, and we witnessed them shits again.
It wasn't televised like it is today.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Like we couldn't go on we didn't have smartphones and shit. Mm-hmm. You had to go home to watch the news.
That's a fact.
And it's funny, I remember it because of weird shit like video games.
Mm-hmm. Is it Thinkers Tuesday?
I remember Zangief.
You might as well say Thinkers Tuesday. Athena, yeah, Africa is a continent though. They a big continent. They're not
Africa is a whole continent. Yeah, Africa is a whole continent. Africa is like America is not a continent.
Right.
America is not a continent. Shit. Shout out to Musso Brown's in the building.
Yeah, we sit in the North America continent.
Yeah.
What continent is a country?
But look, that's a lot of land that they're taking from those people. And that's a lot of, imagine how much people live in a state like Delaware. So now you just took over Delaware and everybody in Delaware got to leave. That's
Damn,
the type
so where I go?
Right. Where you go, wherever in refugee camps. because
or the next closest part of Palestine that's next to that shit.
where it got
Find the border.
where it's gonna be refugee camps because you ain't got time to build no house. And look, it's thousands of y'all. Well, you definitely ain't building no house, so you gonna have tents and all type of stuff, and that's gonna be that you gonna be going through that for years. People are displaced, so it's like, man, yeah.
And that's why you got angry people. 40%
And they're gonna fight. They're gonna fight.
unemployment. We
And
cut up when it's 10% unemployment.
And look at the desperation. So you got a poor people who don't have the money or anything, and they're displaced and all that, right? So once they get displaced, the invaders have all type of technology and all that. What they got to do? They got to actually come up with ways to fight back, and they become terrorists in the ways that we see. Because the terrorism that the Israel was committing, it was sophisticated terrorism. They was assassinating people and all type of stuff. But this terrorism that the Palestinians are doing is more like guerrilla terrorism. They blowing themselves up. They doing because they don't have the means to do it as sophisticated. So you got a lot of like, I don't know the word for it right now, but I'll say like savage. You got a lot of savage stuff. It's not as It's not as sophisticated as what will happen if Israel do it.
But is there do they have like not a president, but somebody that speaks for the Palestinian people? Somebody that's in power that says, we want this, we need this, like a mayor or I don't know what you call it.
They had,
governor.
I'm not sure who they got right now. I know that they've always had people. I know that I've heard quite a few names growing up. They was always in the news. The president's always speaking to them or speaking about them people, and it's like they always have talks. Or I'm not sure of their names now, but I know of them. I know of the ones that was there growing up.
Right. So they have a slight government, but
they have a government. But the thing is, they had a government, and then if Israel took over the parts that used to be other parts of Palestine, and Israel owns it, then Israel's government is the government of those places now.
Yeah.
So that's why they need to get an independent state. But how are you going to get an independent state when your settlements are scattered all over the place? So you got a settlement all the way over there, you got one all the way over there, you got one all the way over there. How are you going to be a unified state? You're going to need to get back some of these parts that Israel got and have a collect, like basically have an area or one area, or you know what I mean, like a whole area, but they got like little parts. Somebody's called the head of state. Yeah, but Courtney, the religious stuff get into it as well. Well, yeah, we should never have been there, but when you factor religion in there, you should have been there because you go in there to support the chosen people of God, and you're doing this for God. You know what I mean? You're fighting for God. Like once that becomes your rationale and that's your motivation, like there's not much that can stop that. That gives you empowerment.
That's true. That's true. And they'll say that, well, Israel's the only free country, the only democracy in the Middle East. So we don't want to lose that.
I'll tell you what. Based on history, right? Europeans don't like defeat. And any nation that defeated them outside that wasn't a European, they made them pay dearly for that shit forever. And the Ottoman Empire enslaved a lot of Europeans and turned a lot of them into puppets. Like they turned their kings into puppets and oppressed the hell out of them. And they also brought a lot of knowledge to Europe. A lot of, you know, sciences and mathematics and stuff like that. They brought a lot of that to them as well. But these people gonna make them pay. As long as they exist, they're gonna keep their foot on the Muslim neck for what they did to them in history.
Damn.
That place will forever be at war. Those people will forever be oppressed because they're gonna make sure of it.
Wow. So the Ottoman Empire was a big empire at one time.
Yeah, it's a huge empire. Jenny says this has been a long-standing conflict between Jews and Muslim countries in the Middle East. When you say long-standing, it's only long-standing just the other day. It ain't been long-standing. These people just started coming into their country. In the early 1900s, they had settlers, and then by the mid-1900s, they started trying to occupy. This war, some of us are older than this war. When I say this war, I mean the current war.
Right. So the Judean, the people that was of Judaism, the ones that was already there, they didn't fight with the Muslims that was there already. You know, they were both there. Talking about the ones that never left the country. Those two fractions never fought. They just...
You're talking about the Jewish people that the Palestinian Jews, right?
Right, the ones that been there. Yeah.
Those are Arabs. They're just Jewish by faith, so they're Arabs. So when the European Jews come in, what they're looking at those people as Arabs.
Okay, so they didn't look at him like, that's my brother. You know, that's,
That's a whole nother story, really. You're going to get into some stuff and find out about how they treat dark-skinned people over there and that type of time. You're going to learn.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't wait for that one.
Go into a whole nother... Listen, you're going to find out how the dark-skinned Jews get treated in Israel.
Damn, and they're supposed to be the loving people. Loving and understanding.
Yeah. Yeah, so they basically the poor people.
Wow.
The native Jews are the poor people. They make up the poor population.
Wow.
They got a class system. See, they named them Druze and all type of. They created a class system where everybody who considered themselves Palestinians. Now, Palestinian mean you from here. You got another name that classifies you and make sure like they done created a class system over there. The Falasha Jews of Ethiopia. I know the Falashas. That's Haile Selassie and when I was Rastafarian, I had to learn about the Falasha Jews and all that. I learned about all that stuff, the Kepler and the gas. That's why I was able to do that Kepler and the gas stuff. Everfrost, what up, man?
They moved to Israel too? The Colossian Jews.
The Falasha Jews. Yeah, they had a whole man. So they basically had this thing where they was bringing all the Falasha Jews from Ethiopia back to the homeland. Boy, they treated them like trash. Them white Jews treated those Ethiopians like trash.
Man, that's my brothers, Chucks. They Jewish.
Yo, shout out to Everfrost in the building. He said black Jews in Israel can't even get citizenship. Lord of mercy. That's a fact.
No.
Listen, that's, man.
Can't be.
Said Israel was just given that land. That's a fact. That's how, man, just give it to them. They were trying to put them out recently.
What?
Hey.
Sizz, you got to get on this. I can't wait for that story.
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear that history.
It's a lot of stuff to deal with.
It's a lot of stuff layers that you don't know. And here, a few years ago, I was given to this church that was given giving aid to Israel, not to Palestine, to the Israeli Jews. Here I am giving aid. Don't know they're treating our own people bad. But when you don't know, because you're only indoctrined with a certain thing, and this is what you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I help anybody. It don't matter who, but I'm just saying my reason behind it was so foolish. You know?
It's a fact. Listen, the black white dynamic is real, man. It's real. But that was only see these things was put into place by Europeans.
But you know what's so crazy? You know what Germany did to you. Why go to another country? You may not be putting on them extermination, but you are causing hurt and judging people by their skin and their religion. Why impose that on another nation of people? You get what I'm saying? That's why I'm having a hard time. Well, they just come from there, and they know what that man did, that country did to them.
You read your Bible,
Why
really.
go do it to another person?
Read the Bible. Let me help you out a little bit.
Hold on, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
You said what Germany did to them. You know they're Germans, right?
I know. I know.
Wait. So now that we established that they are Germans, right? Imagine somebody punching you in your face all the time, and now you got the power to punch somebody in their face.
Yeah, I was just about to,
But you understand what I'm saying? Because I
revenge.
know what
you wouldn't.
What it does.
German.
Really. Revenge.
You gotta understand, by nature, these people are the way they are, right? Sizz just said something that made a point earlier that is very, very important. He said, when you beat them, they make it a point to be a pestilence in your life forever. They are not gonna stop. They're gonna make your entire existence uncomfortable forever. And this is in their nature. So just because they were the small man where they're from, now they have all this abundance of help, and they're the big man. That don't mean they're gonna change their nature. This is who they are, and they're gonna take until they can take everything there, because they're still a part of the European.
I'm gonna add to that for you real quick. Really, let me. Their foundation. Remember in the Sunday services we learned about the Jewish people and with the Flavians and how the Romans invented Jesus and that stuff. It showed how tied they were to their book. The word of God, the book, the Torah, the words written by Moses and those things in those books, those things is what drives them. Those things is what fuels them, right? It fueled them so much that the Roman Empire literally had to change into the Holy Roman Empire and basically turn their religion and incorporate it into their lifestyle just so that they can control these people. That's how serious it is, right? So what's in the book? Well, in the book, God, let me go back a little bit. In the book, the Jews don't have a home. Abraham comes from the Levant area. He comes out. He comes out from like Mesopotamia. He comes into lands of Palestine, Jerusalem, and those places. God gives him the land. God changes his name, but he couldn't just get the land because people was there. So what happened? Hezekiah, God smoked the people, and God helped bring up armies, and the angel of the Lord will help them come and take those people's land so that Israel could have a home. It's in the book, really.
I get what you're saying. So taking that land, it was done there. It's okay.
Yes,
it's okay that I do it.
Right.
It's okay that I do it.
It's in their book. Their God is what allows that. So them doing it right now is just them living out that book, fulfilling prophecy.
Right.
History repeating itself is them fulfilling prophecy. So the way they rationalize it is them fulfilling prophecy, but in reality, it's history repeating itself.
Right. That's why I said when I wrote those things, it's a Bible prophecy, but I'm hearing you give the history. And it's like, it's hurting me on the inside because, you know, I'm a Christian and I believe in the Bible, but I'm seeing people moving. Y'all doing it yourselves. Y'all doing this some evil shit. This is some evil shit. That's some evil shit.
Ingrid, I hear you. Gotta start highlighting some of these comments for real. Hold on. I got some good comments. Shit. Listen.
Hey, yo, I was listening earlier, right? And did that thing say that the first people that they sent to over there was Russian Jews?
Yeah, not the first, but the settlers in 1905, I believe, because of the Russian Revolution, it forced a lot of young Russian Jews to settle over there, and that kind of like put the numbers there in foundation.
Mm-hmm. So you got Germans and Russians in the Middle East.
Yeah, well, you see, remember, there's Russian. These are Europeans.
Mm-hmm.
The German Jews went through the Holocaust, but there's other Jews, and they all benefit from what the German Jews went through.
Athena, right? So Athena understand how I feel. Look what Athena said too. You know, like it's, you don't want to think that, you don't want to believe that, but history is history. You can't undo it once you didn't seen something.
So you think God's chosen people would be extremely evil? Well, the thing about the doctrine, if you read the Talmud and stuff, in the synagogues, you kind of learn that certain people are cursed and they're going to go through certain things, and that's just how God said it. So black people being enslaved, it's not for the Jews to try to help us get out of slavery. It's basically for them to fall back and let God do what he do. That's already called for. So, you know, in the doctrines for the people that's like extremists, they're chosen. So all that other stuff that happens to everybody else is supposed to happen to them.
Right.
Salute to you, Musa. I appreciate that, man.
Right, that's the chosen people, and that's deep within Christianity. They're the chosen people. We adopted in as Christians. We adopted in, but there's a saying: you won't never find a poor Jew in America.
What did you just say? Whoa, go back and say that again. As a Christian, adopted into what?
Adopted into
Judaism.
Adopted into God's. The Gentiles. We're the Gentiles.
Yeah, like this, so that's your way in. Remember.
So y'all, hold on, wait. So y'all the chosen ones, little cousins?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
And that's good enough. Yo, come on. Right. At least you know if you close enough to the Jewish, you gonna get in. At least they can vouch for you and get you a ticket in. Right. Even if you're not welcome to the party, they can get you in. So with that type of, because this is the mentality, we're humans, so we look at things this way without we even realizing it. So just being close to the chosen one is good enough. If you come to the realization that you will never be the chosen one, and that's the chosen one, what's the next best thing? Being the chosen one's best friend.
Yep. So we give into their nation. We pay. We make sure they're supplied well. We're chosen one's best friends.
I mean, that's it. I mean, if you accept it, and this is why you have to accept it, right? Because all the religions, the three major religions, are based on Abraham. Abraham's a Jew. So if you try to take them out of history, you got to take yourself out of history. So you have to accept them just to make your religion true. Without Abraham, you have no religion. You don't have no Muslim. You don't have no Christianity. You don't have no Judaism. So in order to have, you have to accept Moses and all those other prophets. If you don't, you lose. So you have to always go back to them because those other religions come from them. No matter how strong you think you believe in it, you have to acknowledge them. They're the foundation. But the people that are saying that they're Jews, they're not the ones that made it. They're not the people that created the religion. So it's like okay, well, you ain't even the people of Palestine. Like, goddamn, you're not even the ones. You believe in it so much, but it's not even your shit for real.
Well, this is what they hit you with. They've been scattered all around the world. Because the Bible said it. All my people have scattered all around the world. I will bring them all back.
So why we ain't find no Jews when they came to America? So
I can't answer
forgot
that.
To scatter them over here. They forgot to scatter them over here. Yeah, they were saying that when they only thought the world was that big.
Exactly.
I cannot concur. I cannot deny. Concur. Oh, you see, y'all, Sizz he breaks my brain, but I'm holding on to my Jesus.
Hey.
I hear everything. I'm holding on to my Jesus. Hey. I hear you, Sizz.
Hold on to whatever you need to hold on to.
I do.
Whatever can keep you a decent human being and a motherfucking loving person and keep you as a fucking like a compassionate person. If that's what it is, don't leave it. If that's if, you know what I'm saying, like shit. But when it's time to have these conversations, leave that shit at the door.
Right. So. I understand, but a lot of that has been embedded with no. This is why. You get what I'm saying? A lot of it has been embedded. Mm-hmm. This is why.
See, all right, so look, right? Now, if Relly believes in the thing she believes in, right? And that's fine. And Relly's a great person. She's a great human being. She's a loving person. Everything, right? But if Relly is a politician and Relly believes that aliens is underneath the earth and controlling and Relly decides she's gonna make laws because of that shit, we don't need Relly in that position. Right. So this is the thing. There's people like that in position and power. Them niggas don't need to be there because that's why we end up with some of the laws we got.
Yeah. Oh, that's probably coming next.
So those are people that's extreme. We got people that's extreme, that's in positions of power. Those type of extreme people, you don't need them making laws that affect you. They can be extreme as they want to be. Just get them out of that position. Right. You don't need to be extreme and making laws and shit for me to live by, nigga. Nah.
Yeah. But that's probably coming next. With the government showing, look, y'all, look what we found. Look, y'all, look, it's coming next. We just don't know how it's coming. How they gonna present it?
Well, shit. You know what? All right, so look. People think about doomsday all the time. It's almost like that's what fuels people. Mm-hmm. Feeling like the world is gonna end. But it's either gonna make you do one or two things. Act like you don't give a fuck, or live your life to the best of your ability. a lot of people just be like, man, it's gonna end, man. Fuck it. What can we do? Just leave it in the hands of Jesus. Those people are the people that will never move forward, and other people will dictate their future. Because what's going to happen is they thought that the world was going to end in 2000, and they left everything up to Jesus. They just lived their regular lives, but any major thing, they never really put their all into it because, it's up to Jesus. World wars, stuff going on, that's out of my hands. It's up to Jesus. And then the year 2000 come and the world doesn't end. Guess who made all the plans for every year, all the years after 2000? The lawmakers. So after 2000, you got new laws come in, you got new shit, you prepare for the next doomsday? It's a cycle that I feel most people just like living in. After they get through one, the reality check doesn't sit in. And they just, oh shit, it just moved. The date just moved. And they just start looking for the next one. It's like, man.
Do y'all remember Y2K?
I remember why. That's why I'm bringing it up. Niggas was celebrating fucking dying or some shit. People ain't even know what Y2K was. Motherfuckers just, this shit was, man.
When I tell you the churches was in turmoil. They was like, the world going, y'all hurry up, get saved. Come on. And I come from a small town. When I tell you people was in a frenzy, I was buying books. I was buying VCR tapes. My best friend that died, she's a TV producer. I called her and I said, girl, you better get it right. You have to come up in the church. I don't want you to be left behind. Crying like a baby, y'all.
You was crying for real?
I was crying like you're gonna be left behind. You're never gonna take over the world. It's the end. I was crying. And she was like, stop. I said, the Y2K for computers. She's like, girl, do you know we already done got that? It already done reset. We got all that. I say, wait, what you mean? The computers, we already got all this. These people are playing you and they're taking your money. Now, she was a big Catholic. She did say, but she was like, they playing you. All this is to play on your mind and get your money.
Yeah, exactly. And it gets them every time.
It gets it every time. 2012. Remember 2012?
Come on, man.
I was shaking in my boots. Oh, Lord.
So you went from shaking in your boots in Y2K to still shaking in 2012, and you about to shake again for some other shit. Which one is it now?
I'm
Aliens?
about to shake again.
For what? For
World
what?
War III.
World War.
I don't know. Israel. If everybody come against them, I'm about to shake again. But since you brought this, I'm like that right there. I definitely got to rethink some things and pray and rethink some things. Like this world here, just these people play on us.
What you about to do?
Constant.
You about to let Jesus take the wheel again? You gonna drive your ass off a bridge? You gonna drive?
You know what? I'm living my life. I'm not letting people stop me no more. I'm living my life. Like this is.
Live your
This
life
is crazy.
Golden, really. Live your life like it's good.
You look on YouTube, that's all you see. The world about to end. I got a bunch of those videos. The world about to end. Jesus coming back. The world is about to end.
You have no love for oppressors, but Leticia, we got black oppressors in countries in Africa, in other third world countries. We got black oppressors. So as long as you don't got no love for no oppressors, that no matter what color they are, shit, no problem. Because I feel like evil comes in any color.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Miss Eve.
Yeah. Good day, Miss Eve. Man, this was a good topic. Things you learn about. Today was the day. God said, today the day you're going to open your eyes. Because some of that stuff ain't me.
That's what God said. Shout out to God. Shout out to God.
He did say in the Bible, it does say in Revelation that people were deceived, the biggest deception ever.
Yo, it's crazy. You using God to fight against the same thing that they're using God to take over the people's land with.
That's the only way I can make sense. I can't, you know what I'm saying? I'm like,
both y'all using the same God to do the complete opposite of like what is going on?
Yeah, because they're doing bad things. They're doing bad things.
All right, and who's winning? Not your one. Ah, there you go. Thank you very much. Not yours. Not yours. It's all right. That's all I'm saying. So what's going? Like all I'm saying is, it's not, the one that's winning ain't the one. Listen. So shit. If anything, they God must be the real one.
At the end, he will.
Listen, they God must be the real one, bruh.
Nah, you ain't supposed to treat people like that. Yeah.
God told me I'm getting a paycheck on Friday. God ain't tell you that, nigga. The job you worked last week told you that. Fuck, could you imagine that? Could you imagine you just home and God tell you get a paycheck on Friday? You ain't believing that. You ain't work. You ain't believing that shit, nigga. You ain't work. You know damn well you ain't work. So you ain't expecting no nigga could tell you. Anybody could tell you, hey, God gonna give you a paycheck next week. Nigga, you know damn well you ain't got no job, you ain't work nowhere. You gonna be like, how, nigga? You tell me more, nigga. How am I gonna get this paycheck? I would try to believe it. You would want to believe it.
So they had this one evangelist that came through town. I'll never forget him. Carney Thompson. He probably still around selling holy water. He came to town and he said, if you don't have $1,000 to come get this anointing and hear this prophecy, you ain't nothing. And you ain't gonna never be nothing. You know they had people paying $1,000, $1,000, they hard-earned money to hear that prophecy and to get that holy anointing on them. Shucks. When white people found out about that, they ran that nigga out of town. Ran him out of town.
Listen to Long Live. Long Live said, faith without work is dead, is in the books. That's a way to keep your ass doing shit. That's a way to keep your ass going to work, doing the actual work for the hours, getting paid, and then thanking God. Ain't that some shit?
Yeah.
You ain't even gonna thank yourself for all the
Yeah.
hard work you did. You be like, thank God for this paycheck. You be like, no, thank you for like, nigga, could you have gotten it if you ain't get up and work? See, that's how they get you with that type of parables and shit.
But I prayed.
Faith without
and then
work
I
is
got
dead.
A job.
You said what?
You're gonna say, but I prayed and then I got a job.
Yeah, if the job knocked on your fucking door and said, hey, you can have me. If the job ring your doorbell and be like, hey, I'm here for you, you can have me, then yeah. But if your ass had to go out and fill out applications and go on interviews and all that, you ain't shit for telling God, thank you for that. Like, man, listen, nah. Let me stop. I'm being silly. I'm being silly, y'all. I can make those type of jokes because I don't believe in God. But people that scared of God, because I ain't scared of him. But people that scared of him, y'all ain't gonna try to make these kind of jokes. Nigga.
We sure not. We sure not. EA, we not. Me and my little brother ain't making them kind of jokes.
Walk free, walk free. Yo, Thaddeus, when a job come knocking, that's God, nigga. I ain't saying it don't happen. I'm saying that it has to be that. Listen, bro, nigga, trust me, I thank God for certain shit, nigga. Trust me. Because when I can't explain it, nigga, I'm going to give it to God. You got that. You know what, God? You got that. 27, what's up?
That's right.
Like, no, you know what, God? You got that one. I'll give you that. I can't explain that one. That shit, it had to be a miracle or something. I shouldn't have got away with that.
Reveal yourself to Sizz, Jesus. Thank you.
I'll be like, yeah, God, you definitely working. I should not have gotten away with that shit. I can't explain how I got away with that, nigga. I'm gonna give that one to God. You know what, God? Thank you.
Well, it wasn't your time. It wasn't your time to go to jail or nothing. It wasn't your time. Thank you, Jesus.
Oh man. God told you Passion was a punk. God told me Passion of the Christ, man. I didn't know that the Christ was a pill. Oh, man. Anyway, let me not go there.
Yeah.
Carlos Franklin trying to distract
this
me.
is thinking. We're on thinking day. Is this
not thinking day. We got a live schedule for later on.
Oh Lord Jesus. Can't wait.
we got a live schedule for tonight though. You know.
Gonna drop all the foolishness. Jesus.
Said God revealed it to me. Swear to God. Oh man. Yeah, well, you know, religion boosts morale. It boosts morale.
Okay.
It gives you faith. With faith as small as a mustard seed, you can move a mountain.
Sure
now, that's
can.
a great thing to believe in. You know what I mean? Although mountains ain't ever been moved yet.
Have you ever been next to a mountain?
This is just a parable. This is just saying that you believe
It
it.
just be a parable if people take other parables to heart, like what EA just quoted.
Right?
That means you can't take it to heart because with the faith of a mustard seed, that mountain's still gonna be there.
You know what it makes you realize? That your faith ain't that.
The faith of a nuclear missile, the faith of a TNT, the faith of dynamite. That's what you need the faith of.
But could you imagine, right? That you go stand next to a mountain and you a believer, you got faith, and the mountain don't fucking move. And then you realize how small a mustard seed is. And then you start thinking about all the people that try to lift Thor's hammer. Nigga, you're not worthy. That's what it makes you realize. You are not worthy.
Faith of a mustard. I say that to myself all the time. God, I got faith of a mustard seed.
You don't.
I don't get this.
You don't even got that small. Look how small a mustard seed is. You don't even have that much faith because you can't move no mountain. It just lets you know how insignificant your faith really is and how much you need to work harder and obey God some more. That's all it tells you. And no matter how much you obey that nigga, that mountain ain't moving, nigga.
But it will happen. That's right, exactly. Yeah, it eventually, not that mountain.
Yeah.
The other mountains in your life.
I remember when God used to think when gods used to get like human sacrifices. Could you imagine how much sacrifices you do every day for years trying to get God to move that mountain? Like, how much blood do you need, God? Like, I've been killing people for
relatives, my nigga.
I've been killing people for 10 years on this altar, man. When is this mountain gonna move? You can't tell me I don't believe in you by now. Like,
First, you're gonna start with a goat. When the goat don't work, you're gonna start moving on the bigger things, animals. Then after animals don't work, you're like, what you want, Lord? You want my cousin? You want flesh? You want human blood?
No.
I need human blood,
Don't want none of that. I want your heart.
Because you know, listen, really, by that time, you know inside and out you believe in God wholeheartedly, but the mountain still ain't moving. like, come on, man. You know you would do anything, man, to prove yourself, and the mountain still won't move, bro. Like, what kind of faith do you need? What do you need? You know when it works out? When you get whatever you want. Whenever you get what you want, you forget the things that you didn't get.
That is the truth. That's the truth.
And then you give him all the glory as if you got all the shit you never got.
Let me give you an example. Right? A dude that I know was incarcerated, right? And he was praying that the judge gave him a low bail so he could bail out, something he could afford. He didn't get that. He was praying that he didn't get indicted. He didn't get that. He prayed that at least they gave him the minimum sentence, and when he got that, he thanked God.
Yeah, praise God. Thank you. That was the will of God. You don't need all that other stuff you was praying for. That's what you need right there.
You said
2 years in prison?
2 years in prison. That's what that was the will right there.
Said, wait, 200 to 300 people killed at a hospital in Gaza. Not how human is this? Have mercy, and who did it? Man.
What? Darn, 200, 300. Wow.
Foxy Brown. That's what I'm talking about, man. I remember when they was doing the when 9/11 happened, and then they started doing retaliations. They start telling us about the new kind of war. And we got a new kind of war. We got to fight it a new kind of way with new kind of weapons and new kind. Boy, they start talking about some shit called bunker busters and all type of shit. Boy, they was dropping bombs on people that blew up. That shit blow up underneath the ground and all type of shit. You like, oh,
hey, yo,
shit.
Bro, they blew up a mountain, my nigga. They used the mustard seed, my nigga. They call that shit a mustard seed.
They was not
a mustard seed on the fucking mountain because they thought Bin Laden was in it and blew the fucking mountain up, bro.
Listen, they was, man, carpet bombs. First time you start hearing about some, like, what? You start hearing about some shit. But the worst thing I saw was Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera started showing people when the missile blow up and all the aftermath happened because they hit a city. They aimed at a target and they blew up the target, but they also blew up like a whole city next to the target. And the people in the city is digging out, the survivors are trying to find survivors and all that. And I watched them pull out body parts and babies and kids and people out of the fucking rubble, nigga. I'm talking about people that was just alive a couple hours ago.
Wait, I thought we don't kill civilians.
Who don't kill civilians?
That's the UN policy.
Well, you don't just go and kill them, but they die in the war.
Really, what's an insurgent? What the fuck, yo? Are y'all not paying attention to what's happening out in the world? What is an insurgent, really?
Any one of them niggas.
Thank you. America just did this. Y'all niggas crazy.
Any one of them niggas, any one of them you see is an insurgent. That's
You know what insurgent mean in the streets, really? In the streets, insurgents mean on site.
Right. Damn, but they're really not supposed to kill civilians.
He was killing civilians, bro.
Yo, in war, you got casualties, really. You don't just go and kill them, but they die. You feel me?
Yeah.
And then, so that to talk yourself out of it, to make you feel better, you got superiors that sit you down and counsel you, and you did what you had to do. It was you or him.
This is what you got to realize about war, really. We don't fight in a battlefield. We be attacking these niggas' countries. And in the country is going to be regular people along with the army people. Everybody not army people. But you don't know who is when they don't have a uniform. You feel me?
Right.
So you shooting people because you think there's a threat.
Every army...
to make yourself feel better, you call them an insurgent.
Because, when you're dealing with third world countries and countries like that everybody don't got a uniform because they can't afford a whole uniform. They got militias and they got people they recruiting. Everybody might not have the money for uniforms.
So that's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna just say that was an insurgent. When
you waging war on somebody's land, who's thinking about money? Production stops. Everything stops when war is waged on somebody else's land.
That's a
When
fact.
you invade somebody else's shit, everything stops for them people.
Yeah, they ain't going to work.
They going full defense mode.
Yeah, you ain't going to work in the morning. You at war, nigga. Fuck you ain't going to work.
So everybody is a possible combatant. So that's what an insurgent is, a possible combatant. Not necessarily a real one.
All right.
So because you killed a possible combatant, you didn't kill an innocent person when they called him an insurgent.
It's a damn shame.
Although it was an innocent fucking person you killed.
And guess what happens in those countries? A nigga who was rich and was a lawyer and a doctor and all type of shit, he become a regular ass nigga. Get in there, get out on the floor. All right, get in there with the group of people. All right, everybody over here. Everybody get over there, nigga. And you living in a fucking encampment with regular people, nigga. As a motherfucking, as a refugee, nigga.
Nigga, you know how long it takes those countries to rebuild civilization after niggas leave they shit? This is why we don't want people come here. We'd rather go and attack their shit.
That's
first.
a fact. Could you imagine that here?
Send them over there and go and attack their shit.
Could you imagine that here?
Everything's
but they can't even
rich
get
people
here.
Can't be rich no more. They gotta be insurgents now.
You said they can't get here. What you mean?
The reason why, because our defense. You know how we got defense on the water?
Our shit is pretty good. But still. If you attack first, you ain't got to worry about them coming over here. Son.
That's a fact.
If your shit is already set up, like nigga, this is why we got embassies everywhere.
Everywhere. We can
just attack y'all from the inside first a little bit. We got niggas focused on that.
We got army bases everywhere so that you'll be fighting with America. Not even America's right there, nigga. It's not even America. We got an army base right here, nigga. That's America.
We done recruited some of y'all citizens and all that.
Yeah, well, that's a fact. We got Americas everywhere, nigga, ready to fight with you, nigga. You don't ever gotta fight America at America. Listen, you would literally have to bomb that army base and say that's the America you fighting.
Right.
But that's smart, though. Country might seem, who's ever is in charge of our military and our defenses and shit, they on point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a fuck how old Biden is. Whoever is running that shit, they paying attention, nigga.
Well, it ain't Biden.
As soon as shit get a little sticky, of course it ain't him. He over here sleeping during press conferences and shit.
That nigga, he don't know what was said. That nigga missed the important information. He like, y'all gonna tell me later, right?
Trump said the fucking files that come across his desk about the threats that America faces look like a phone book, nigga.
Shit.
The back in the days yellow pages.
Damn, lovely ones said they're here, and the U.S. brought them.
That's a fact. I mean, listen, that's another rabbit hole to go down, man. How you think 9/11?
I know.
Come on, yeah.
That's
why
they
my favorite movie ever.
And he had the files.
What is it?
Sorry about that. What you said, Relly?
Alex Jones had the files, the FBI files, and they still clapped him.
Mm-hmm.
They clapped him.
Hey, yo, have you ever seen the movie Salt?
With the girl?
Yeah, with Angelina Jolie, I think it was. And they planted the Russian in, like several Russians all over from children.
Mm-hmm.
And they grew up with this plot. Yo, son, that shit is crazy.
Yeah,
bro.
that shit crazy.
Because America's just accepting of anybody, nigga. The only thing they won't let you be is a foreigner and be the president. But you could be anything else.
We just watched Red Sparrow in the Discord. And I was catching parts of it, man. Listen, Red Sparrow is something
Discord.
like that too.
Shout out to Movie Night.
Shout
out to
night.
being a member.
That's right.
Oh shit, we're gonna have movie night tomorrow because I can't do it.
Eminem, everybody, members get movies.
Yeah, we're gonna do movie night tomorrow. I actually got a live schedule tonight.
Members get movies, everybody.
Members get movies.
That's right.
Good perks to this shit.
Yeah, man. This is one of them topics, man.
Somebody put in about Maui, because the rich people none of their stuff got messed up.
What about Maui?
Regular people stuff got messed up.
Shout out to KMT. I think KMT had said that basically they basically diverted stuff to the poor people so that the rich people
Yeah.
stuff can be saved.
The rich buying all of it.
Yo,
That's a
bro,
damn shame.
I seen some shit on the news where I think Oprah and Tom Cruise, or just two rich people, was involved in it. And
Oprah and The Rock.
Yeah, The Rock. They were collecting money, but it wasn't going to the people. It was going through like their service, and I guess they was taking a fee off of it. I don't know, bro. But then they paid armed security to protect their properties, so like people couldn't go and stay on their property.
I mean,
kinds of wicked shit's going on in the world.
Wait a minute. You telling me you wasn't going to do that?
Nah, nigga, it's a crisis. Y'all could use my shit.
Oh, no. We're not doing that.
No, they could use my shit. I don't live there, bro. It's one of several. Bro, you got to think about it, right? When you have an abundance, right? And this is why the world is fucked up the way it is. Because you have an abundance and it's a crisis. It's not just no regular everyday. Y'all can't just come stay on my shit. You feel me? But it's a crisis, bro.
Nah. I don't know. Listen, I would help you put them somewhere, not on my shit.
Not in the house, bro. They could have stayed on the land, like around. It's mad property they got.
I just know that they're gonna steal. They're gonna steal. They're gonna steal.
Tents.
They're gonna loot. They're gonna loot and rob and steal shit, nigga. Nah, I'm good. I rather pay an organization to help them.
You said who gonna get robbed?
They gonna steal my shit. They're gonna loot
what
my
would
shit.
I have in a vacation home worth that I wouldn't mind losing, bro?
Property,
Some bed sheets
nigga.
and shit?
Property damage and all that shit that people cause. Nah.
Can I
$1
not?
billion, bro. $1 billion.
But what about this, bro?
So could you imagine what property damage on an Oprah anything costs? A lot of money, nigga. You break a handle off some shit. That's like fucking $20,000 right there. No.
Yeah.
We not doing
But can
that.
I not just put y'all in
I would
like a
get
Motel
for letting
6?
them stay there, bro. I would make that back easily, bro. Like this is what I'm saying. Like it works both ways. The negative publicity ain't gonna help them.
Well, let the ones that's willing to do it, not me, man.
Put them
I ain't
in a
doing
Motel 6.
Yeah, like shit. I'll buy the motel.
Good.
I'd rather buy the motel for them to stay in that motherfucker than let them stay in my shit.
But you know what's
That makes
sad?
sense. That's a better idea.
Now, all the rich people is buying their land because guess what? The insurance company says, sorry, we are not paying you to rebuild because there was a clause in there that those homes, they didn't, some type of insurance they didn't have. Guess what? They're not getting rebuilt.
So they about to do them niggas like Louisiana, like New Orleans?
Well, the rich people buying all it, paying them barely pennies. Those houses and stuff probably worth millions of dollars because that's Hawaii. But guess what? They're not going to get that. They're not even going to get that. And they're going to make resorts out of those people's homes. The rich is buying them. This is so sad. Those people are going to be displaced for real. That's sad.
That's fucked up.
That is.
I just missed a 3-pointer.
Really?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, man. If anybody wants that.
And this is on American soil. So they could get us, there's other ways to get Americans together and take your shit and not move you. We want this nice property for ourselves. Move y'all.
The worst thing to do is get whipped with a pen, son.
With a pen?
Yeah, contractually getting whipped with a pen.
Contractually.
Get your ass pen beat.
You know, it's like desirable real estate.
I just don't understand why it's $400,000, $500,000, and $600,000 for houses and shit.
That's it?
Regular houses. I'm talking about regular houses, my nigga, because the areas are nice. For a regular house, because the schools are good and shit. Like, goddamn.
A regular house in New York costs more than that.
$500,000, nigga.
Shit.
Upstate, like the outside. A brownstone is like 1.8, 2 million.
Mm-hmm.
And a brownstone is nothing, bro. When you look at what you could get for $700,000 in Texas, nigga, the pool is inside the house. The pool is inside the house, and you got a basketball court outside for $700,000 in Texas, bro.
Mm-hmm.
In
Very
that brownstone, you don't even got a driveway most of the time. Man, fuck this city sometimes.
But look the way California is set up. None of the black people live in where the mountainous areas are, like in all that beautiful real estate where they can see and look down on the communities and all that. They're not by the beaches and all that. They're further in, packed like sardines, but not in the beautiful real estate. You ever thought about that? Like, well, why are they not in the nice area, like the really nice real estate of California?
I never thought of that. But you know, California was wicked. They had that shit where banks wouldn't loan the black people to live in certain areas and all types of shit. Like they had that shit all over America at one point in time.
Mm-hmm. But had, say, the blacks settled in the better real estate of it.
They wouldn't let you because you would have to get a loan to buy the property to settle in those nice places. They wouldn't give it to you.
But nobody's there. You know how like the settlers came in?
Oh,
nobody's there.
You went too far back. I can't think that far back.
Okay, but if I'm settling on this property, and a lot of us settling on this property, they'd have done something to move them out. Something would have happened. Sorry, y'all gonna have to move from there.
If you're going back to when they settled this country, right? We were slaves then. We wasn't settling shit. They wasn't giving us nothing.
No, after that. Remember whenever they was just giving out land and you could just claim land?
Not black people. Black people was able to just claim land? When was this? And why my family ain't claim no shit? Yo, Sizz, when was this?
In them areas where you could have just claimed land. Go ahead and claim land.
And slaves was free to roam?
Yeah.
And black people was able to claim land.
I don't know if we was part of that.
You know in the Constitution we're like 7/10 of a human being, right?
I know, but
I'm just saying, all right. The Constitution been around as long as the country been around. You know that, right?
Yeah.
And we was able to claim land, just claim it. They gave us 40
California didn't have no slaves, so you free in California.
And they was letting Negroes claim land? Yo, Sizz, why you not saying nothing?
I don't know about this.
You should know. You the one I go to for certain history things. I never heard of this shit before in my life.
Yes. You know what show y'all need to watch? Y'all need to watch the one with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. Y'all remember that? When they was trying to claim the land? Y'all, anybody in the audience, y'all remember that? And it was really good. But it's history, it's a historical fact that actually happened. Do y'all remember that name of that show, that movie? With Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise.
No. I'm trying to think.
Oh, God damn it. I could see the movie.
It's a Western movie?
Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise. Oh.
It's like, because it was in the West. And government was giving out land. And if you go put your flag, that's your land.
My question is, black people though? Because Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise are not black people.
I know, but I think they had one black person in there. Did they have one black person?
Was he claiming land, or was he like work for Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman?
No, they wasn't. Let me see. Let me make sure. Let me look. Let me look. Hold on. Name the movie Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise played in.
Oh, really? You one of those talk to your phone people?
Far in the way, y'all.
Yo, technology's making us so lazy, yo.
It's far right, Courtney. Far in away. Far in away. That's the name of it.
All right, I'm gonna look into that later. But
Y'all
really,
look into that.
you talk
If
to
you
your
watch that
devices and
movie,
you
you'll
don't
be
pick
like,
them up
"Damn."
and use your hands on them. You talk to all your devices.
Huh? I just talked to Google.
Oh,
She just talked to Google. Google
when
be
you
talking
text,
back.
do you talk to text? Nah,
No.
that's it. Do you talk to
No.
text, Relly? Oh,
Nah. Just to Google.
yo, sis, that's the time we coming in, son. Yo, this I was watching Elon Musk was talking about a chip that you could put in your brain, bro.
I ain't getting that.
I'm sure.
The
Well,
Neuralink.
really, you ain't getting that. First of all, by the time they really implement that, that's for your kids, and you probably gonna be in heaven looking down like, you gonna put that in your brain? Don't put that in your brain.
I already told them, do not accept the mark of the beast. Don't do it.
What's the mark of the beast?
That chip.
It's the same chip that's in your phone, really.
That 666 chip. I ain't putting that. Hell no. Elon Musk, he already they didn't done the animal testing. Now they going into human testing. That thing gonna be here in about 10 years. We probably gonna have that, but I ain't gonna have that. Y'all can go ahead and mess with that if y'all want.
Not a mercy.
It says it improves your efficiency by like 5%.
Nah,
Not
I'm
5%.
good.
Yeah, like 10%. Man, listen.
It starts off good, but then you know.
But then what?
who's
They don't
gonna
got
come in
enough
and
research for
fast.
you to say what's gonna happen, but then.
Keep the change.
I'm putting that in there.
Listen, it's like smoking an e-cig. Nobody knows what's gonna happen 10 years from now.
In your brain.
Oh, I just hold on. She about to come back on.
I never said I would. Never said I wouldn't though.
And we're back
But we left for a minute.
for a couple seconds.
Well,
For a couple seconds there.
if they tell y'all to deny Jesus and accept the new way of life, y'all better not do it. That's the 666 mark of the beast.
They never said you got to deny Jesus.
Sell,
oh my gosh, really?
Huh?
Who said deny Jesus? Elon
You
Musk
won't
never
be
said
able to
deny
buy or
Jesus.
sell anything. You won't be able to without the mark of the beast.
Hold on, wait. And in what part of the Neuralink did they say in their ads did they say deny Jesus? That is not a part of their
Eventually,
marketing strategy.
well, maybe one of his sons. Who knows? You know, he got about 6 children.
Who,
You
Elon?
never,
Yo, Elon named one of his kids after a fighter jet.
That's what that name is?
The last 3 letters is after a fighter jet. The first 3 letters was by the mother. I can't, nigga. What's his name? Asked him to pronounce it, and he told him the story of where the letters came from. Yo, Joe Rogan said, "Yo, how do you pronounce that?"
Yeah.
And he said, "Well, the first 3 letters they came from the mother. They came from this, and this." And he said the last 3 letters are from this bomber jet. And he just goes crazy about the bomber jet, like it's magnificent.
Unfortunately, I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Unfortunately, it's not something that you pronounce.
oh, damn.
It's like the artist. That's the symbol now.
The artist.
Keep the chain and say, who's the beast? I don't know who is the beast. We don't know. We don't know who he is.
The Beast.
But he's
From
coming.
Marvel? For you talking about from X-Men?
Yeah,
That's
the
Hank.
No.
That's Hank, man.
Huh?
Hank is the
Hank
Beast.
Not that beast. The other beast.
The mark of the beast?
The mark of the beast. That's right.
Is okay. Is this like a cow or something?
No, he's going to be the
goat?
leader of the whole world. He's really the devil.
The leader of the whole world.
Yes. Yes.
Why would
talking
God
about
allow?
Lucifer?
Why would God allow the beast to rule the whole world?
Because they have apparently they have an agreement.
They got
You're
an
going
It's some type
agreement.
of sick
rule
game
the
that the niggas
world.
playing with each
So wait
other.
a fucking minute. Excuse me, I don't mean to correct. Did you telling me that God negotiates?
Yo,
Yep.
listen, him and the devil is playing some type of sick game with us, right? So God created us and put us on the earth, right? And he told the devil, yo, listen, go see if you could corrupt them niggas. You feel me? Go down there, and then the ones you could corrupt, you could have.
Right. So they corrupted. The people is corrupted. So you're going to give it to them. Go ahead, rule your people. They ain't my people. Go ahead and rule them. You can have
So
them.
it's a game that they playing with our lives. Some of the ones that choose to be righteous, we gonna roll with God. But
So
the
he said-
devil is here
That's
to tempt us.
So
He's
he's-
gonna keep putting temptation in front of us and try to lure us from the path. That's why God gave us free will, so we could choose if we want to go with the devil or if we want to stay with thy Lord.
Did you say
Look
those
at
ain't our
Ro.
people?
Ro, you preaching today?
Yes, I know the story. I used to read that shit like 3 times a week.
Ro preaching, y'all. Pastor Ro.
Yeah.
Ro preaching.
All right. Well, y'all preach. Y'all continue.
But sis, you better not take that mark of the beast. I'm serious. Your ass
Me
better
take
not
the
take
mark
that
of the
mark
beast?
of the beast.
First of all, really, we've been had the mark of the beast. It's called your credit card.
No, that ain't it. That
Oh
ain't
yeah,
it.
if you bought
The big
anything that got a
dog coming.
barcode, you've been walking around with the mark of the beast.
That's what they said at first. People
Oh,
scared about
so
the
you
scammer.
change, so you changing it with the times too. So you updating. This is ridiculous.
Listen, the only truly righteous people that I really believe is really righteous is those dudes that actually put the bombs on and blow themselves up. And
For
Amish
real,
people.
they
Boy,
believe.
Amish
please,
people,
no.
listen, Amish people really mean that shit.
Well, they live in fear. They live in total fear. Fear. The Amish.
The Hamish.
Amish live in fear. But I will say this. While we're going to be poisoned from the food, the Amish going to be okay because they grow their own stuff.
Who poisoned?
Guess who going to live with the Amish?
Who getting poisoned from the food?
You know how they go, you know how they do. How
They
gonna be doing?
who? You remember the last time they got poisoned from the food? What happened? How did it work out? I don't remember.
Whenever the next rollout, yeah, just
When was the first one?
Depopulate the world.
When
Depopulation.
was the first rollout? Really?
I don't know.
So how you
But
know
I'm
about the
telling you
next
now,
one?
I'm gonna live with the Amish. Y'all can stay if y'all want.
They not gonna. That's almost like the people of Israel just going. So you just gonna go to their place and just stay there. Then what? You gonna tell them one of the rooms that they already built for one of their people is yours now, huh?
And then you're gonna bring more of your people over there.
You feel me?
Start occupying more space in the damn house. Until y'all got the whole neighborhood, then y'all got the whole block.
You just decide you just gonna go where them people at and just go live there, huh?
So you don't think
and then you're gonna rename that whole neighborhood Blazer Town.
You think they wouldn't let me in? Like
you ain't even asked though. You said you going.
I'm going. Please, my Amish friend.
First of all, you're gonna have to get rid of the cell phones and all that.
Yep.
And then you gotta wear wooden shoes, like the pastor, and all of that.
She gonna meet that nigga over there. That nigga, she gonna leave. Oh, you gonna want to leave? You gonna meet that nigga anyway?
Hey, yo, this ain't the time for that.
I'll be forgetting what channel I'm on.
You see how y'all get? I just make a one little comment.
They don't like Christians. What? 7G07 said they don't like Christians, but they Christians.
No, they Amish. They're Amish. It's a big difference.
We believe in the same God, though.
Let you tell it. They don't see it like that.
They cut their own hair also. Can't
you
tell.
have to, you're gonna have to wash your clothes by hand. Think about what you're saying. I mean, it's 2023. They probably got a contraption connected to a bicycle or something that you can manually pedal and fucking wash your clothes. But still, you got to manually. They are big on manual labor, like working for what you have, whatever you have.
No, Eve, this is only whenever things go real bad. When people start dying from the damn food and stuff, I'm going over there.
They definitely not gonna let you in now, really, because I know an Amish person might hear this one day and they're like, "Oh, we was your backup plan." When things got bad, you wanted to see the light. Nah.
And first of all, I'm gonna say, you shouldn't have been listening to nothing online because y'all not supposed to be doing that.
Listen, the way how you change the mark of the beast, they could change too. So y'all the only ones allowed to change what the mark of the beast is.
We ain't taking no mark of the beast. Y'all better not take that. Y'all think I'm playing. Y'all gonna remember this. She did say that. She loved Jesus, picked her up in the when they had to when they did the revelations.
Jesus picked up in what, a Cadillac?
No, well, you know when Jesus coming back, he's coming pick back all his people.
All of them gonna fit on that white horse?
Hold on. So listen. That's the question I was going on, Sizz. Wait. All right, so since God created us, right? And we created Bugattis and all of this stuff, is Jesus gonna pull up on a horse or on a Ferrari? Because he created us and we created that.
No, the horse, yes, that horse, but everybody's gonna be meet in the sky.
So he's gonna be riding. So he's gonna be riding a horse in the sky.
Except for the heathens.
Hold on.
The Pegasus.
Forget the heathens right now. We talking about the righteous like you and me and Sizz. So he gonna meet us in the sky on a horse.
Yeah, he's gonna be on a horse,
riding in the sky.
Yes,
like Pegasus.
I don't know how the horse look. It's just gonna be a beautiful white horse.
But it gotta have wings though, right?
I don't say that. It just says.
How is it gonna fly?
Don't say.
Because
I'm just saying.
We know that if a thing don't got wings or a turbine or propellers, it don't fly.
How's it gonna fly?
But he's supernatural, so he don't need none of that.
So why he need a horse?
Yeah, he could just fly on foot.
I don't know. It could be for dramatics.
You said.
Now this nigga first they playing games with us, and now they dramatic.
Yo, she got the answers.
That's the only thing I could think of.
Relly is seriously coming up with answers for this.
It's for the dramatics. That's all I could think of. That's all I can see.
That was quick though. I ain't gonna lie.
Nigga, she be ready to defend. She be ready to defend.
No, but y'all, I'm just serious. I'm telling y'all. When y'all hear millions of people disappeared.
At the same time, wasn't that in a movie? What was that? What was that movie? That it's a church thing where everybody's just missing. Was it missing?
Right.
What is? Oh my God! One day, people just disappeared.
Right. That's us. We didn't got gone. God picked us up.
You gotta
don't y'all believe with the they're gonna tell y'all aliens or something. No, there was no aliens.
Left Behind. Yes, that's what it was.
Yes, the Left Behind. The rapture. So when we get raptured out of here, when me and you get raptured out of here, these heathens gonna be looking for us in that Discord, and we'll be like, shit.
You know what's a good religious movie you should watch? And this is what made me realize that God and the devil was playing games with us. Have you ever seen Legion?
I seen that a while ago.
Oh yeah, Legions. Yeah.
God sent Saint Michael to destroy the earth, and Saint Peter, I think, he sent one of the saints to destroy the earth, and another saint fought against him.
He sent Gabriel.
Gabriel and Michael. They was fighting.
Gabriel and Michael.
They was fighting throughout the whole movie. Them niggas had beef.
Bruce Almighty.
So listen, God created these angels, and they got beef like niggas from Chicago, bro. Like, what kind of shit is going on in the biblical heaven? And why does Gabriel want to kill us so bad? Why he don't like humans?
Listen, world, it tells you that.
Really be sounding certified.
So there's a scene, there's a spirit world, the unseen world, high principalities. There's worlds within the world.
I got one question.
Yeah, like Marvel. I watched that when I watch the Avengers. I see the multiverse.
If Saint Gabriel lives in the spiritual world, right? Right, Relly?
Huh?
Saint Gabriel, he lives in the spiritual world, right?
He lives, not you're talking about the angel. He lives up in the heavens, but he constantly fights.
Because he hates us. Why does he hate us if he live in heaven and the shit we doing down here?
No, he don't hate us. That's just a movie. No, he don't. He's a good guy.
So what's the real story, really? What's the real story?
The one that's bad, the angel that you got to watch out for is the Abaddon. That one there is evil.
Where in the Bible is that one?
Yeah,
so he is the angel. He's right now holding Satan.
Holding him where?
Be released. He's gonna release him, and that's where you get your market.
You gonna mess me up. There's somebody holding Satan right now.
I thought this was Satan's domain down here. You said that a little while ago. You said the earth is Satan's domain. God is up there. Satan is down here. He gave this is Satan's domain. He's supposed to try to alter us from following the Lord. So how is he locked up and doing that at the same time?
Because right now he's being chained. Can't do like he wants.
So he's chained
But
somewhere
his
right now.
spirit is here.
Wait.
His demons were
The
caught.
spirit
All right,
that's
wait.
in a different world from
Wait,
our body.
I'm confused. Hold on. Wait. Let me catch up. Let me catch up. Hold on. Wait.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Wait a minute. So the devil is chained somewhere
Right, under the earth.
under the earth, but his spirit has left him and came onto the earth.
His spirit is here. His spirit does a lot of evil stuff. And he got his agents of chaos. He got his demons. So they work for him.
Okay, so
And that's how all this stuff stay going.
All right. So the devil's spirit can still do the work for him. So him being chained don't even matter.
Right, for right now, yeah.
All right.
Hey, yo, look, that makes sense, right? Because in the Bible, the devil can't physically affect us. He only could affect the things around us and like, give us choices. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Like he can't physically just strike us. The devil can't kill me.
Right. Can't kill you.
So I understand. So he's locked away. So he can't physically do nothing. So he's doing it telekinetically, with lack of better words.
And the other people, his horsemen, they physically do stuff.
They can harm you. They can hurt you. They can hurt you, especially if you go and you summon stuff. If you summon stuff and you don't know what you're doing, then you're asking for it. You're putting yourself because they can possess you.
When you say
summons,
summons,
cause harm to your own self.
When you say
cause you harm, but they influence it. Like certain countries have certain spirits over it because that's what they pray into. So like me, a Christian, try to go in a country where they pray into something else. Those spirits, those demons would try to attack me to feel like, no, you coming to take up our space. This is our place. You can't come here with that. And that is the truth. That is the truth. Certain places have holds on them that you can't penetrate like you're talking about. Bad things can happen to you. You know,
Sizz got a question that I got the same question.
To go in those places.
Boy, I forgot my question.
I got the question. I remember. Listen, so you talking about summons. Are we talking Ouija boards here?
Don't mess with Ouija boards. Don't go to say, I'm going to a seance. Don't mess with all those things. All those things, them tarot card stuff, all that brings spirits and you don't even know it. You opening up doors for things you don't know. Shadow people, all these little things you open up doors to. You don't even know it. You laugh now.
Shadow people?
Those things are real. They can reach out to you, possess you, start messing with stuff around you. You don't know why you depressed, why you out of line, why you can't think right, you know. So I don't mess with none of that. I don't mess with it.
Rally Time TV, ladies and gentlemen. Rally Time TV. Shout out to Rally.
What if you find out that somebody invented tarot cards as a joke and you've been taking it this serious all your life?
No, I still don't want to mess with it. Because what if they thought it was a joke, but it was really put in their head by that spirit? Yeah, this is a joke. That's why don't you do this? So they can say that. They can let you know it's just a joke. I don't know why I thought about this at, but it just came in my head and I invented that. No, that's them. That's them.
Hold on, wait. Now this goes back to my first question, right? So now, if God put it in me to create a Porsche or a Ferrari, why wouldn't Jesus come back in a Ferrari? Why would he actually ride a horse?
Think about that.
Book is outdated. You feel me? There's no road here for horses.
Created the world. He has all the technology over technology than what he needs. He don't need none of that. The energy, just the energy that he had, he could come floating down just with the energy, just with that energy that's up there.
That's why
they don't need none of this.
So God didn't know we was gonna make cars and shit because cars
he wanted
if I knew cars was gonna be made in the future and I wanted to make sure that people believed in me. Cause would have been in the Bible, bro.
Nah.
Because the book is from me. The book came from
He
God.
want man to grow at a pace.
Really got
Sometimes
all
you
the
can grow
answers,
too fast,
boy.
and you don't understand your technology. That's why he destroyed the first world.
The first
When
world.
those angels was teaching man all kind of things
Noah's
before their
Ark,
time.
man. Come on, pay attention. Hold on, Relly. Sizz got caught up. He talking about the first world. Yes, Noah's
Because it's
Ark,
the same world, man. What are you talking about?
No, the
The first
he washed it
world.
away. He cleansed it with water.
The same world.
Preach, Roll. Roll is a preacher. Yeah, don't let him fool y'all.
I would think the world, there would have to be, a world would have to be here and then be gone, and then a new one would appear for there to be a first and a second world.
Same
or there would have to be
old
another
globe.
one next to it or something.
Hold on, tell him, Relly, same old globe, different world.
Different world. Remember, people live to like 3,000 years old.
So what you saying that the world
People
that the
live
dinosaurs,
longer.
so the dinosaurs got extinct, right? So they was in a whole nother world because whatever happened killed all of them.
How come that shit wasn't in the Bible, Relly?
Okay. He does mention in the valley of the Leviathans. Remember, the world was dark when it first came. When
I don't
the devil
remember that.
came down, there
Hold on,
was
Really?
a world.
I don't remember it. I wasn't
God,
there.
In the Bible, it mentions a lot of creatures, but God don't ever mention creating dinosaurs.
Yes,
That was the devil?
he mentioned the Leviathans. The Leviathans. He mentioned that.
Really, the Bible is not written in English, so it definitely ain't say Leviathan.
It says it.
No, I'm telling you that whatever
Oh,
language.
I don't
So,
know the
exactly.
okay,
so I bet
English
you when you
Bible
find
says
out the
Leviathan.
word, I bet you when you find out the word in Hebrew, it's not Leviathan.
I know it might be something else.
Exactly.
And it
He
doesn't
don't-
mean dinosaur.
And it, right. You know what I'm saying?
But remember, the devil lived on the
I
earth for a
don't
long
remember.
time before there was people. So maybe the dinosaurs was there.
This is what I'm trying to
Things
tell
are
you,
so
Relly.
big. I don't
the
know.
book was given to us by God, and it starts at the beginning when light and darkness was created.
Let there be light.
And then it skips the dinosaurs
Mm-hmm.
and goes into mankind. It don't
Right.
got Neanderthal man not there.
Mm-mm.
None of the prehistoric man not there. Even though we find evidence of them today, them niggas ain't in the book.
And that's what a lot of people got problems with. Like, you know, I used to have problems with that, but where's the dinosaurs? Because I used to stay asking the preachers. They were like, don't worry about them damn dinosaurs. He didn't say damn. But
Ain't
don't
that
worry
a
about the
sign?
dinosaurs.
Hold on, wait. Ain't that a sign, Relly? If you ask me, how do I turn $500 into $1,000? I said, don't worry about how I do it, nigga. Just give me the money. You're not gonna give me your money, Relly.
Because he didn't know. He just was like, you know, it just don't mention it. We don't need to know. You know, he was like, that's not a need to know. You just need to know about man.
You know, Elijah Muhammad used to tell people they couldn't read the Quran, only he could read it and give them the translation.
They did that for the Bible too.
That's exactly what that sounds like, what he did to you. That's exactly
Priests
what
used
he
to tell
did
us.
to you, Relly.
Oh man.
The Bible now.
You didn't even get the King James version. You got the Pastor James version.
I was reading the King James version. I was looking for the dinosaurs, and all I think I saw was Leviathans because I was trying to prove a point. Like it got to be in there, and it said Leviathan, and I looked up what Leviathan meant, and that's what it meant.
And then Pastor James came and told you, listen, stop asking all them damn questions.
Like, don't worry about that. Just worry about mankind. That's where we. That's what we focus on. We don't worry about the other stuff. But you know me, I want to know about everything. Everything.
See, you're not worrying about the dinosaurs. What you're worrying about is the fact that it was neglected. And if it's a history book, if it's a documentation of our history as human beings, that would be in there because we'd have had to encounter them at one point in time throughout our history because they were here.
Well, you can't put man and dinosaur at the same time because if man lived during dinosaur time with the carbon.
Relly, be careful what you about to say, Relly.
No, the carbon dioxide was so big, everything grew big. Man could not live in that type of.
Relly, there was a species of man that existed back then.
With the dinosaurs.
Yes, older than the dinosaurs.
Yo, I love Ro because Ro is in the he is now
Really,
in the
Google
rabbit
Lucy.
hole.
There's a little African lady named Lucy, right? They have her remains somewhere in England because you know the English people keep all the history.
Bro, Rich,
You feel me?
stop. No, don't do it. Ain't no humans ever lived around the times of the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are
Species. I said a species of
not
human.
not even close. No,
Not the Neanderthal man.
no. Let me just give you a time period. Dinosaurs, 300 and something million years old. Humans,
Pardon me.
10 million. Anything close to a human, or even from the ancestors of a human. But you would have to go back 35 million years, and then you would get some shit that's like a marsupial.
Like a tadpole?
No, like a what's that shit? Them shits in the tree, like I forgot the
Like a monkey stuff?
Yeah, it's kind of like a monkey, but it's not exactly a monkey, but one of them type of shit.
I came from Adam and Eve. I don't believe that stuff.
Oh shit!
I mean, I believe that. Yeah, maybe some of the other people was maybe
before that. So when the dinosaurs was around, the species that eventually humans came from was about the size of a mouse, and they were pretty much like mice-like creatures. So mammals, the ancestors of our mammals are like tiny little small like mice-like creatures.
Oh, okay. The mammals.
Rodent, my nigga?
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah.
I know, rodents.
Yeah, we come from rodents.
See, this is why we here.
Well, okay, so when the Bible says we come from the mud, right? No, we came from the water. That might be some truth to that, Sizz, because it says that out of the waters came those creatures.
But the Bible didn't get that information from. Okay, there's a place called Egypt that did science. They did science thousands of years ago, and they came up with this thing called the scientific method, and they learned how to do hypothesis and experiment and all that type of stuff, right? And they came up with that whole thing about the water, and the people that wrote the Bible just adopted it.
He ate close ears. Jesus have mercy. Damn. Bro, you got any preaching up in you? I need some.
No.
No.
I need you to preach right now.
No.
I need you to preach.
You the one with all the rebuttals. We waiting
Yeah,
I'm waiting for your rebuttal.
She got them shits on like fucking.
All I know, Jesus coming back. Y'all better not take that damn sign. That's
Man,
right.
Jesus didn't he come already?
Back in a Bugatti.
I could have swore he came back. Wasn't it like one of these years in 2000s? Jesus came back.
Yeah, somebody lied.
I think he came back in a piece of bread or something. Wasn't he on a piece of bread or something?
Don't let the Rastafarians hear y'all because Jesus Christ came back as Selassie the first.
Oh yeah. He came back as Selassie.
So don't get you talking about what? You feel me? Don't disrespect people's religion.
Yeah, he done came back as Haile Selassie.
He came back as Haile Selassie the first.
Yeah, the son of man.
The blood of David, the lion of the tribe of Judah.
That's a fact. King of kings, elect of
Lord
God.
of lords. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
You might not believe it, but there's people in the world that believe that shit.
Shit, I was there.
And the Bible is written in their language.
Fats TV, what it is? Yeah.
Well, that's what they said. They said the Bible was written in their language.
You believe that?
What, Amharic? I mean, I don't know. Amharic is the language of Ethiopia, and people say it was written in Amharic.
It's Ge'ez. The Ethiopians speak Ge'ez, but the Amharic. It's complicated, but it's a derivative.
Oh.
Shit.
It's like Ebonics?
Nah, there's whole different countries, whole different languages. But they have relations because they're close to each other in the region.
Oh damn it, D. I don't know about no wife of Jesus.
The wife of Jesus. We talking about Lilith? Is it Lilith?
They made a movie about
Mary
that.
Magdalene. Ain't it Mary Magdalene?
Yeah, they made a movie about that. They said she was the Holy Grail.
No. You know, if it ain't in the book, it ain't real.
If it ain't in the book, it ain't real. And if it is in the book, it is real, right?
Yeah.
Israel, the place, they're at war right now. You sure?
That's what she said. She said if it's in the book, it's real.
Oh shit.
That's why they trying to take up all the land, because it's real. Another one? One more fire.
Another one.
Jenny said, tell us about that period of your life. Says, when he was Rastafarian?
We're not doing that right now.
Yeah, we're not going to go down that road.
But
Sizz was preaching? Oh, okay.
First of all, he was a Christian before he was a Rastafarian.
Sure,
right?
Christian, yep.
Yeah,
Rastafarians are Christians too.
Make a good pastor.
Rastafarians are Christian. So he was a regular Christian, then he became a Rasta Christian.
Yeah, Rastafarian Christian.
Temple of Judah and all that type of Christian. Son. I can tell y'all some stories, but I'm not going to get into that because I don't think he's going to like that very much.
Good old days.
But those are the good old days, man. That's when I realized he was smarter than me.
Y'all niggas would have been.
He had more information than I had.
If Sizz would have went and read all them other books, he probably would have been a pastor today. You and him, rolling him.
I would have definitely not been no pastor.
Them other books, those other books saved me. I'd end up like Relly talking a bunch of conspiracy.
No, you'd have been. I'm telling you.
I'd have been like, I'd have been making
Sizz,
shit up.
If Sizz would have became a pastor, he would have annoyed me every time he saw me
on a jet,
brother.
Or you'd been with it,
brother. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm just trying to keep you honest,
brother.
But then, Ro, you'd have said, "Look, I want this."
No, I would have been like, I don't want to hear that shit, Sharif.
You would want it because then you would see the jet. Man, this nigga flying in a jet.
I'm not one of the type of niggas. I'm gonna give him his big ups, and I'm be like, yo, son, you doing the people wrong, my nigga. my man gonna be like Creflo Dollar out here, ride flying, and he gonna be have 3. Yo, son, I was in Louisiana, bro. I seen a pastor have 2 services in the same day.
Yeah,
he flew from one church to on the West Bank, and he flew to his church that he had downtown. He had helipads on his church, my nigga.
Mm-hmm. They have that. That's the big the mega churches. They have more than one church they go to preach to.
Shit sound like a mall. You got the regular church and you got the mega church. Come to the mega church.
The mega church got a mall in it. What you talking about?
Come to the mega church.
ATMs at the front door, mega church.
They have all that. They have a Starbucks in that. They have all that.
They got a calculator that calculates how much you make a year or how much you make a week, and they let you know exactly what your 10% is.
Shout out to Andre O.D. Kimball.
Did that.
You better make sure it's 10% because if you're $1 short, your blessings might not be the same.
I ain't never did that. I'm saying, look, the widow gave a penny. That's I'm not giving a penny, but I'm giving.
The Bible is what you said about the book just now, Relly.
Hmm?
What did you just say about the book?
You know there's a book.
You said though, if it's in the book, it's the truth.
Is the truth?
No.
10%, Relly. Stop cheating the Lord.
No.
The book says 10%.
Yeah, the book does say 10%.
Because that's where the Muslims got
does
it
it
from.
say 10% though? Where the hell does it say that?
It says 10%. I'm gonna gooly goo it.
Yeah,
In
you
the
said you
Old
gonna gooly goo
Testament,
it.
Now it's look,
Jesus-
Relly know it says it. Relly know it says 10%.
Jesus ain't said that.
So what is there a system of back pay like child support?
If you owe the Lord,
You owe that nigga, really? You owe that nigga.
Listen, your soul is let me preach, Relly. Your soul is the credit. And when you don't put 10% into that box so that the pastor could make the church better for the Lord, you pay with your soul.
So what if your currency is pesos? Do you gotta
10% of that?
Okay.
It is a weekly.
So you telling me there's people paying more?
$10.
So you telling me there's people paying more than me depending on what country I'm in?
Yes, 10%.
Lord of mercy.
If I make 500, I give them 50. If you make 100, you give the church 10.
What if the niggas
Because you
that's
still
paying?
gotta live.
What if the people that's paying less is sinning more?
It's not about the sin. See, you're not paying for sin.
Bro, I don't like that type of
first
shit.
of all, the Lord don't trade money for sin.
That's right.
Repentance is for sin. You gotta say that you did it, say that you won't do it no more, and praise the Lord.
Preach.
Yo, EA.
Repentance is for
Tell
sin.
me, Roland,
You
you
can
should have
sin
been
as
a
much as you
preacher.
want. The money is to help the church get bigger and better so you can praise the Lord. So they can build up more for the Lord.
For the Lord.
That's what the 10% is for. It don't got nothing to do with your sins. So if you sin in a whole lot, you better repent a whole lot, nigga. There's a little box when you walk in. You go in that little box and you talk to a man and tell him what you did.
Now that's Catholic. We ain't doing that.
Sir.
Then you're not repenting right.
You better go to that altar.
You know the
and pray
Catholic
and
is the
turn
first
around and
church,
let
right?
everybody see that
You know,
your ass probably wasn't doing right.
do you know the Catholic is the original church and every other church is just an offshoot of the Catholic Church?
Lot of mercy.
So I heard. I love them.
So you went. You're not even a cousin. You're not even the cousin.
Like
to
you
the
distant. You like
or the cousin. Hold on, you the cousin of the cousin then.
nah. She's far removed. She's like the stepchild, or she came in through marriage or something.
And you black. And you black on top of that. You're not even a white Pentecostal. You black.
Mm-mm.
You
so
can't
what's the closest to them, right? So we know that England holds them down and they Catholic out there. Right? England is part of the people that's holding down Israel, right?
England, yeah.
I'm talking to Sizz. I ain't talking
Rome.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Oh, Sizz got to take care of something. So yeah, so I'm assuming, because I know they're not close to them Jehovah's Witness. Because them niggas is annoying. Socially, nothing to do with the religion, just socially. They do it like they're real inappropriate. Oh. Yes, really. So I got some more questions for you.
Mm-hmm. But you be preaching though.
Listen, I know the book.
Roll be preaching, y'all.
Hey, listen, if somebody tells you that they don't believe in the Bible and they don't know the Bible, then they don't have. That's like somebody not liking somebody that they have never met. You feel what I'm saying? That's like me disliking Relly, and I don't know. I never spoke to you or nothing before. You got to get to understand it before you can say you don't believe in it or whatever it is. You got to understand it first. And that's with anything. Like people like Sizz doing this whole show that he did on Palestine and Israel, right? A lot of people cast judgment on the situation and don't even know the actual situation and how long it's been going on or none of that. They just seeing what's happening today.
Yeah, I was one of them people. A lot of people are like that because we just know that, you know, Israel is the only one that's that have democracy, that's democratic.
Yeah, but that's political stuff. If you just want to avoid the political, right, and you look religiously, like Sizz said, they're gonna fight forever because they believe that that's their place. But if you look at it, when the governments got together and was gonna give them land, they wanted tropical land. They didn't even want to go to the desert. They didn't want that land originally. Google it. You can look it up. They wanted parts of Brazil or some shit like that.
They had other land because the Zionists wanted Palestine. The other Jews from after the Holocaust happened, the ones that adopted the Zionism ideology, they was willing to settle anywhere. Those places wasn't willing to have them. But overall, the Zionist movement, that's where they wanted because that's part of their original plan. But that wasn't something that the entire Jewish people accepted. It was only after the Holocaust that they actually accepted just a homeland, period, the idea. And they wanted other places, and those places denied them. Most only knows what the media tells them. All right, I'm hungry, man. It's either,
and then you got another live to do later.
Yeah, so.
Right.
I'm out of here.
Great live.
Yo, salute to Real Rich. Salute to Relly Time TV.
Salute to bye, y'all. Y'all have a great day. I gotta go to work.
Oh shit, you gotta go to work? All right, well. Shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to everybody for coming. This was a great conversation. A look out for Ottoman Empire. And we're gonna end up going down the rabbit hole of all this. And we're gonna get more in depth of all the intricate ins and outs, because all these things are connected. And you'll be surprised how these things are connected to what's happening in our everyday lives and in our governments. And Man, the rabbit hole goes down. It goes deep. So we'll be going down the rabbit hole. We out of here. I appreciate everybody for coming. I'll soon start having outros and shit. Don't worry, I'm turning into a YouTuber, man. I'm be doing YouTube for real. Thank you everybody for coming. I'm gonna clip this up and premiere a short version of this. Thank you, 27. I'm gonna clip up this live, edit it down to, the important parts, and release a premiere that gets straight to the point, And I'll see you guys on these YouTube streets. I'm going live later on the WabbitTube Network. Check out the WabbitTube Network. We got Wabbit Crime Network. We had a very successful live on that network, our first live. Look out for more coming this week. We got another one coming. So I'll see you guys on these YouTube streets. I'll see y'all later on the WabbitTube Network. We got the Blue 42. We see you. And we out of here. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody that sent donations. All the members. All the new subscribers. Shout out to y'all. All. Also, Wabbit Crime Network has a Discord now. I'll be posting the link on the community walls. So look out for that. But I'll see you guys around. Have a good day, everybody.